Chapter 578. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure flew over from the distant void and landed directly on top of the huge dragon head skeleton. The person who flew over was the descendant of the Dragon Emperor, Aod. Aod looked at the dragon skeleton carefully and finally came to a certain part of the skeleton. There was a Shinran imprint that was a few inches large on the skeleton. Divine Dragon Emperor imprint. Aod was ecstatic. He took out all the origin dragon chi that he had sealed in the ancient battlefield. The origin dragon chi had faintly formed a dragon. Aod had obtained a lot of it. Condensing dragon imprint, fused dragon blood. After condensing the origin dragon chi into a divine dragon imprint, Aod opened his right hand. In the center of his palm, ancient dragon patterns spread out, and a drop of crystal-clear dragon blood appeared. The dragon blood floated up and fused with the divine dragon imprint. Immediately, a deep golden dragon blood divine seal condensed and appeared. Unseal! Aod bellowed as he sent the condensed dragon blood deity seal into the divine dragon mark. The moment the two touched, the thousands of miles of Shinran's stone bones trembled violently. Streaks of mysterious dragon runes filled the entire stone bone. Roar! In the next moment, a dazzling divine light shot out from the Shinran imprint that had fused with Aod's divine dragon blood imprint. Amidst the dazzling divine light, a huge divine dragon appeared, circling and dancing in the sky. A loud dragon roar sounded, shaking the 9 heavens and sweeping across the sky. Rumble! Then a deafening roar sounded. The stone bones with countless dragon tattoos flew into the sky and fused with the giant Shinran. Immediately, the giant Shinran that had fused with the stone bones was like the dragon emperor that had come back to life. Vast and mighty dragon might spread out, suppressing the universe. The dragon emperor's inheritance has finally appeared. Aod was so excited that his figure began to tremble. Burning dragon soul, offering dragon spirit. Without hesitation, Aod spoke the ancient and mysterious language of the dragon tribe. Aod's body emitted a strong dragon blood aura. If one could see through it, one would be able to see that the dragon blood in Aod's body was boiling. The boiling water was like boiling water, and it looked extremely terrifying. As the dragon blood in Aod's body boiled, faint golden dragon patterns appeared. Roar! Another heaven-shaking dragon roar came from the huge Shinran in the sky. At this moment, Aod, whose dragon blood was boiling and who was chanting the dragon incantation, seemed to be resonating with the giant Shinran. Dragon summoning technique. When the resonance between the two reached a limit, Aod formed a hand seal and shouted. Crack! A deafening sound that sounded like a thunderclap, and the collapse of the sky resounded throughout the heavens and the earth. From the Shinran in the sky, a divine light like the Milky Way descended. His target was Aod, who was forming hand seals. If one took a closer look, they would discover that the divine light that resembled the Milky Way was condensed from extremely pure dragon energy and translucent dragon blood. Aod's body emitted a rich wave of dragon blood. Compared to the dragon aura and dragon blood, Aod's dragon blood was much stronger. It was like a small child in the presence of a great sorcerer. There was no comparison between the two. Seeing the divine light descending, Aod's excited face flushed red. He had prepared for so many years, and he was finally about to obtain the supreme inheritance of the former Dragon Emperor. Seal! But just as the divine light was about to land on Aod, a cold shout suddenly rang out. This is... Aod's body shook violently, and his pupils shrank to the size of needles. It was not only because he recognized that the cold shout was from Aoba, who he had blocked outside the tomb of the Dragon Emperor. It was also because an ancient, secret incantation had appeared in his heart. The moment the secret incantation appeared, Thousands of threads shot out and pierced through Aod's limbs and bones. In an instant, Aod was completely sealed, and he could not move at all. Swoosh! Swoosh! 3 extremely fast, wind-breaking sounds appeared. Just as the wind-breaking sounds were heard, 3 figures appeared in front of Aod. They were Aoba, Aoli, and Aosia. Dragon imprisoning secret incantation? Aod, who was sealed, stared at Aoba and the other 2 with cold, murderous eyes. The dragon imprisoning incantation was the most mysterious, ancient, secret incantation of the extraterritorial dragon tribe. It could be said that this secret incantation was specially created to deal with the dragon tribe. Currently, only one person in the extraterritorial dragon tribe had completely mastered the dragon imprisoning incantation. That was the only divine heavenly sovereign in the extraterritorial dragon tribe, the Supreme Elder. Aoba and Aod had fought because of the Supreme Elder's decision that Aod was expelled from the tribe. Aod did not expect the Supreme Elder to leave the dragon imprisoning incantation in his body. Could it be? A thought suddenly appeared in Aod's mind. All these years he had been preparing to enter the tomb of the Dragon Emperor in the Heaven Domain. It was impossible for the extraterritorial dragon tribe not to find him, but they had never interfered. They only appeared recently. Could it be that they were waiting for him to summon the Dragon Emperor's inheritance? The Dragon Emperor's inheritance. Aoba looked at the divine light that had disappeared as Aod was sealed. He almost could not suppress the ecstasy and excitement on his face. After waiting for so many years, he had finally waited for this moment. That old man planned to support you from the beginning. Aod's face twitched slightly as he spoke coldly. The killing intent in his voice was almost tangible. There's no such thing as support or not support. All of this is just the winner takes all. If I had lost the battle back then and was unwilling to submit to the winner like you, what do you think would have happened to me? Therefore, you should be glad that you are the only one who can summon the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. Otherwise, when you were unwilling to submit to me back then, it would not have been as simple as being expelled from the tribe. Aoba said indifferently. They could enter the tomb of the Dragon Emperor without anyone knowing and come to the world of the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. All of this was indeed the result of the Supreme Elder's secret arrangements. But the most important thing was that he had defeated Aod and become the Dragon Emperor. Otherwise, he would have been the one who had been schemed against by the Supreme Elder. You, whose origin bloodline is only at the divine heavenly sovereign, do you think you can get the Dragon Emperor's inheritance as you wish? Aod's gloomy face faintly turned ferocious when he heard this. It is indeed a little difficult, but with you here, it is not a problem. A cold smile appeared on Aoba's face. If not, what was in Aod's body would not be the dragon imprisoning curse. You want to possess my body? Aod immediately understood that this was the only way Aoba could get the Dragon Emperor's inheritance as he wished. Where is Aoing? Aoba did not reply. Instead, he asked, because his plan was indeed to possess Aod's Dragon Emperor bloodline. Aoing? Aod was stunned. He just noticed that Aoing was indeed missing from Aoba and the others. Aoing was missing? Countless thoughts flashed through Aod's mind, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Qinyu? If there was anyone in the tomb of the Dragon Emperor who could suppress a top martial emperor-level dragon, it could only be Qinyu. One must know that it was extremely possible for Qinyu to be the dragon god emperor from 1,000 years ago. Qinyu had already attacked Aoba and the others. This was definitely good news for Aod. Chapter 579. Dragon Imprisoning Curse. Aoba's eyes flashed when he saw Aod's expression change. Even if Aoying's disappearance had nothing to do with Aod, he must know something. Dragon Soul Seal, Dragon Bone Seal, Dragon Blood Seal, Dragon Spirit Seal. Aoba did not hesitate. He formed a seal with both hands and activated the dragon imprisoning curse in AOD's body. Dragon Spirit Possession. At this moment, AOD, who was sealed by the restrictive spell, suddenly shouted. AOD did not do anything, but the golden dragon runes in his boiling dragon blood immediately turned into a divine curse. Then, a beam of golden divine light appeared from the golden divine curse. It shot up into the sky from AOD's head and merged with the giant Shinran flying in the sky. In the next instant, a dragon spirit with mighty dragon might descended from the giant divine dragon. Oh no! Seal! Ba immediately activated the dragon imprisoning curse when he saw the terrifying dragon spirit descending. Boom! Almost at this moment, a torrential shockwave exploded from AOD's body. Ba and the other two who were closest to it were all sent flying hundreds of feet away. Damn it! Ba's body was covered in light brown dragon scales. A primordial aura was emitted from those light brown dragon scales. Two halos, one yin and one yang, appeared and formed a yin and yang diagram to block the shockwave. Li and Xie entered their half-dragon forms and used their origin dragon race mystiques to stabilize their bodies. Dragon Emperor's spirit. He could feel the dragon spirit fluctuations coming from AOD's body. Li and Xie's expressions were extremely grave. The dragon bloodline in their bodies was greatly suppressed by the dragon spirit's aura. The dragon's aura was so terrifying that it was definitely not something that AOD could possess. I really can't break free from the dragon imprisoning curse. AOD, who had summoned the Dragon Emperor's spirit possession, emitted a shocking cold aura. The power of the primordial ice crystal spread out, freezing the sky and sealing the earth. Even AOD's flesh and bones were frozen. Even so, the dragon imprisoning curse in AOD's body was not affected by the Dragon Emperor's spirit. Attack! Ba noticed it instantly, and he didn't hesitate in the slightest to immediately pounce out. The yin-yang taiji diagram around him spun crazily, turning into a yin-yang divine light and rushing out. Ba's true form was a primordial evil nether dragon. He should have awakened his primordial evil nether power. In the end, there was a mutation. He awakened the primordial yin-yang power, and his strength increased greatly. After all, amongst the laws of the Grand Tao, the 5 elements and yin and yang were Taoist arts that possessed boundless evolution. In ancient times, there was such a saying: the 5 elements combined with yin and yang. Yin and yang gathered the chaos, and the chaos created the world. Ba was able to replace AOD in the extraterritorial dragon clan because he had awakened the primordial yin-yang force. Great yin destruction curse. Li's eyes seemed to be burning with flames. They were dazzling and seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. 100-foot-long ancient spell, surrounded by Taiyin Qi, appeared behind him. A mysterious and unfathomable fluctuation was emitted from the ancient divine incantation, and its power was monstrous. Earth Fiend Spirit Communication Art. Xie, who followed closely behind, immediately revealed the true form of the Earth Fiend Evil Devouring Dragon. As the dragon scales flickered with a mysterious light, waves of bone-chilling, cold ripples spread out. That was the Earth Fiend energy, which contained an endless amount of evil yin power. After the Earth malevolent energy surged out, it condensed into a myriad of strange phantoms. Those shadows seemed to have come from the primordial divine wilderness, and they contained an unparalleled pressure. Break! AOD, who was surrounded, did not panic at all. After a cold roar, ancient dragon patterns appeared on the icy dragon scales all over his body. Following that, beams of dazzling light pierced through the void and swept out in all directions. The void was like the surface of water, and layers of ripples appeared. The origin mystiques that Ba, Li, and Xie used were all sealed by the primordial ice crystals. The enhancement from the Dragon Emperor's spirit is so terrifying. Aoba's expression darkened, and his eyes narrowed. That Dragon Emperor's spirit was definitely just a small portion of the Dragon Emperor's spirit power. However, even if it was just a small portion, it allowed AOD, who was weaker than him, to easily block the attacks of the three of them. The increase in strength was so great that it was frightening. Yin-Yang Spirit Chaos Art. Of course, the extraterritorial Dragon Clan had prepared many methods to obtain the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. Aoba, whose attack was blocked by the Dragon Emperor's spirit power, had a thought. Ancient dragon power appeared in each of his palms. The two dragon powers were Yin and Yang, respectively. When Aoba clapped his hands together, they formed Yin-Yang dragon power, a trace of extremely difficult to detect but extremely chaotic fluctuations spread out from the Yin-Yang dragon power. This is AOD, who was originally charging out with a murderous aura with the Dragon Emperor's spirit power, trembled, and his expression changed slightly. At this moment, AOD clearly felt that the dragon blood in his body was greatly disturbed. The disturbance was so great that he felt that his dragon power and Tao techniques were out of his control. For divine sky suppression, Aoba, Aosia, and Aoli immediately took the opportunity to appear in 3 different directions around AOD. The 3 of their auras merged, and their dragon powers merged to form a mysterious ancient formation that imprisoned AOD. This 4 divine sky suppression formation was prepared to prevent the dragon imprisoning curse from losing its effect. It was supposed to be used by the 4 of them, but Ao-ing went missing, so only the 3 of them could use it. 9 dragons destroying the world. AOD, who was under the effects of the dragon imprisoning curse and the 4 divine sky suppression formation, did not lose immediately due to the dragon's spirit power in his body. On the contrary, AOD seemed to have entered a frenzied state. He executed a terrifying secret technique, and his strength skyrocketed. Rumble. An earth-shattering battle took place between the heavens and earth, sweeping across the sky. The battle between the 4 top-notch dragon races could be said to be apocalyptic. Luckily, they were in the tomb of the Dragon Emperor. If they were in the outside world, countless living beings would be dragged in. While AOD was fighting Aoba and the other 2, a figure quietly approached from outside the chaotic battle. It was Chinyu. They are all here. As Chinyu looked at the 4 dragon transformation clansmen fighting a great battle, his eyes shined brightly. He had come to the tomb of the Dragon Emperor for the Dragon Emperor's succession and the other transformed dragons. Now that both had appeared before him, Chinyu could not suppress the excitement in his heart. Looks like AOD is going to lose. After watching the battle for a while, Chinyu could clearly see that AOD's dragon spirit power was gradually weakening. As the dragon spirit power weakened, AOD's battle strength was also weakening. Under the effects of the dragon imprisoning curse, the Yin-Yang spirit disruption technique, and the 4 divine sky suppression formation, AOD's situation was getting worse. AOD's situation was getting more and more dangerous. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. At this point, space-time ripples appeared around Chinyu, and he disappeared without anyone noticing. Aoba, AOD, and the others, who were fighting crazily, did not notice that there were ancient runes flashing and disappearing from time to time. Chapter 580. Rumble. After the violent battle lasted for half an hour, there was a deafening explosion. The explosion was as loud as thunder, spreading across the sky. AOD, who was trapped in a tight encirclement, was blasted by the secret technique cast by Aoba and the other 2. The dragon spirit energy on AOD was shattered, and the primordial ice crystals that sealed the void also cracked. Oh no! AOD sensed it, and his expression changed. Not only was he under the dragon enslavement curse, but he was also suppressed by the Yin-Yang spirit confusion technique and the 4 guardians heaven suppression formation. Now that he had lost his dragon spirit energy, he was like a tiger that had lost its claws and fangs, surrounded by 3 wolves. 4 guardians, spirit sealing. When Ao Ba saw this, his eyes flashed as he shouted in a low voice. Ao Li and Ao Xie understood what he meant and attacked together. The 3 of them had dragon spirit divine light on their bodies, and they merged with each other. In the center of the 4 guardians' heaven suppression formation, a towering statue formed and fell from the sky toward AOD. Whoosh! Just as AOD was about to be suppressed by the statue, a faint black light shot across the sky. With a loud bang, that towering divine statue was directly blasted away. Who's there? This sudden turn of events caused the smiles on the faces of Ao Ba and the other 2 to freeze. They turned around abruptly and looked in the direction of the faint black light. Could it be? AOD was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. There was only one person who could appear in the Dragon Emperor's tomb at this time and attack Ao Ba, and the other 2. Qin Yu. In order to prevent Qin Yu from obtaining the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, AOD had not seen Qin Yu since he entered the Dragon Emperor's tomb. He did not expect Qin Yu to find the Dragon Emperor's world of inheritance. Along with the wind, a figure appeared in the void. Just as AOD had anticipated, the person who attacked earlier was Qin Yu. Of course, the reason why Qin Yu saved AOD was not because he had a friendship with AOD. It was purely because AOD was also his hunting target, and he could not let Ao Ba get AOD. It's you. Ao Ba and the other 2 were naturally familiar with the helper that AOD found, Qin Yu. They had seen it when Qin Yu had broken through the boundary of the Dragon Emperor's tomb. However, Qin Yu's cultivation was far inferior to AOD's. He was not even a high-level sovereign venerable yet. Therefore, none of them took Qin Yu seriously. But just now, Qin Yu's attack was actually able to directly blast away the power of the 4 symbols' divine formation that the 3 of them had joined forces. This kind of battle prowess was definitely not below that of a top Emperor Master. This caused them to be unable to help themselves from carefully sizing up Qin Yu. But very quickly, the attention of Ao Ba and the other 2 fell onto the surrounding space. Previously, they had been suppressing AOD with all their might, so they did not notice it. Now that Qin Yu had made his move, they immediately discovered that there were dense array pattern fluctuations in the surrounding void. That was clearly the fluctuation of a formation, and it was no ordinary formation. To be able to set up such a formation, who on earth could it be? Ao Ba carefully sensed the faintly discernible fluctuation of the array pattern, which was like a sky full of stars, and his gaze turned grave. The formation in the void was so terrifying that it made him feel extremely threatened. Did Ao Ing fall into your hands? After a thought flashed through his mind, Ao Ba coldly asked Qin Yu. Only a few of them had entered the Dragon Emperor's tomb. If it was not AOD, then it could only be Qin Yu. With Qin Yu's formation, even with Ao Ying's superpower, she would not be able to escape. If you are talking about the Umbra Illusion Dragon, then he has already submitted to me, Qin Yu said indifferently. You are courting death. Ao Ba's eyes were filled with murderous intent. With a roar, he slammed his palm toward Qin Yu. The air exploded layer by layer, like rolling waves sweeping over, wreaking havoc. Rip. However, before Ao Ba's attack could get close to Qin Yu, it was blocked by the ancient and mysterious formation in the void and torn to pieces. What a terrifying dragon might! When Ao Li and Ao Xie saw this, they were even more shocked. Previously, they had sensed that the formation that Qin Yu had set up was extremely dangerous. However, he did not discover that the formation array that Qin Yu had set up actually contained such a frightening dragon's might. The dragon might was even stronger than them, who were pure-blooded dragons. Why does this guy have such a majestic dragon bloodline in his body? Ao Ba, who had attacked, sensed it even more clearly. Could it be that Qin Yu had a half-dragon body? However, if he had a half-dragon body, how could the dragon bloodline in his body be so terrifying? Only AOD could vaguely guess Qin Yu's secret. After all, AOD had seen Qin Yu take away Ao Jiu's origin bloodline with his own eyes. It was also because of this that AOD suspected that Qin Yu was the reincarnation of the dragon god. 8 trigrams battle dragon formation appear. Qin Yu did not give Ao Ba and the other 2 time to think. When Ao Ba attacked, Qin Yu's hands suddenly changed seals. Immediately, with Qin Yu as the center, ancient runes appeared in the void within a radius of thousands of miles. Those ancient runes connected and merged with each other, finally forming 8 lifelike ancient Shinran. If one looked closely, they would notice that the 8 ancient Shinran had formed an 8 trigrams formation in the void. The 8 trigrams battle dragon formation was not an immemorial divine formation or an immortal ancient formation. It was a formation that Qin Yu had created himself. However, it was also one of the most powerful divine formations among the many formations that Qin Yu had. This was because the 8 trigrams battle dragon formation was a divine formation that Qin Yu had created based on the 4th move of the 9 esotericas of the immemorial battle dragon. There were 9 secret techniques of the 9 origins in the immemorial battle dragon arts. As Qin Yu's cultivation increased, their power would continue to increase. The first move, Green Dragon Battle, could increase one's cultivation to the maximum. The second move, Sky Devouring Dragon Seal, could devour all attacks. The third move, Dragon God Tyrannical Body, could forge the strongest dragon body. The fourth move, 8 trigrams Battle Dragon, could comprehend 8 trigrams and transform into a real dragon. Even when Qin Yu was at his peak in his previous life, he had only learned the first 4 moves of the 9 esotericas of the battle dragon. However, with these 4 secret techniques, Qin Yu was known as the strongest one among the ancient emperors in the heaven region. In addition, Qin Yu had plundered countless secret techniques of the dragon race. This led to Qin Yu being recognized as the strongest ancient emperor in both the 9 states of the heaven region and the vast outer realm. If not for Xing Luo's scheme, Qin Yu would not have died in the graveyard of the immortal god. The 8 trigrams battle dragon formation was created with the 8 trigrams battle dragon as the foundation. Its power was evident. If Qin Yu could use the 8 trigrams battle dragon now, the power of this formation would be enough to kill Ao Ba and the others in an instant. Ong, 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 as Qin Yu's hands changed seals, the 8 Shinran dragons let out a deafening roar. Then, with a monstrous aura, they broke through the air and pounced towards Ao Ba and the others. Primordial Yin-Yang power. Great Yin destruction curse. Earth demon spirit communication technique. Ao Ba and the others' eyes turned serious as they used their mystiques to attack the 8 Shinran dragons. If not for the 4 guardians' sky suppression formation and the Yin-Yang spirit confusion technique, they would have used them directly. Chapter 581. Break. Seeing Ao Ba and the other 2 joining hands to attack him, Qin Yu did not hold back. The 8 dragons that broke through the sky intertwined with each other and instantly tore apart the destructive spell. 8 trigrams Dragon Fist. At this moment, black dragon scales appeared all over Qin Yu's body as he turned into a ray of black light and rushed out. Boom! Qin Yu punched out, and the 8 Shinran beams gathered and turned into a divine fist that shattered the sky. Rumble. Ao Ba and the other 2, who had to face the attack head-on because they had to imprison AOD, were sent flying. With a deafening explosion, the 4 Guardians' sky suppression formation was destroyed, and the pressure on AOD was greatly reduced. This is my chance. AOD's eyes lit up, and he immediately gathered all the dragon power in his body to suppress the dragon imprisoning spell. 8 trigrams dragon imprisoning spell. However, before AOD could break free, a low roar sounded. 8 lifelike Shinran beams appeared in the air and instantly bound AOD. It was Qin Yu, under the attack of the 8 trigrams battle dragon formation. Ao D, who was heavily injured, had no way to break free. This power, how is this possible? Sensing that his bloodline was sealed, AOD seemed to have realized something and was extremely shocked. Before AOD could react, Chinyu punched out. The sky-devouring dragon seal appeared and swallowed AOD. In the next moment, the divine dragon seal trembled and AOD appeared out of thin air. Seal. The dragon soul that was already prepared immediately acted and sealed AOD with the power of the divine dragon seal. Rumble. As AOD was sealed, the Dragon Emperor's inheritance that appeared disappeared with a loud bang. A strange look flashed in Chinyu's eyes. It seemed that the Dragon Emperor's inheritance was really related to AOD. No wonder Aoba and the others wanted to possess AOD, even though the Dragon Emperor's inheritance was right in front of them. This made Chinyu, who originally wanted to directly imprison AOD's dragon blood, change his mind. He actually attacked AOD? This sudden and unforeseen event caused Aoba and the others to be stunned. They originally thought that Chinyu was AOD's helper, which was why he attacked them. However, it would appear that the situation was far from what they had imagined. At the very least, when Chinyu acted to seal AOD earlier, he was definitely not trying to help AOD. Could this person be after the succession of the Dragon Emperor too? Aoba's eyes flashed. Judging from Chinyu's actions, this was the only possibility. Attack! After being surprised for a moment, Aoba immediately rushed out with a murderous aura. No matter what Chinyu's purpose was, AOD was related to the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. He could not let Chinyu be sealed by AOD just like that. Immediately, Aoba, Aoli, and Aosia attacked with all their might. In addition to their respective origin divine abilities, the Four Guardians' Heaven Suppression Formation and the Yin-Yang Spirit Chaos Technique were also used. 8 Trigrams Battle Dragon Formation, Azure Dragon Battling the Heavens, 9 Hell's Purgatory, Divine Lightning of Annihilation, Golden Flames Heaven Incinerating Fire, Heaven Battling Dragon Technique. Chinyu did not dodge at all and rushed forward. In the 8 Trigrams Battle Dragon Formation, the 8 Shinran dragons surrounded Chinyu. As the Azure Dragon Battling the Heavens and the Dragon Race's secret technique were used, Chinyu's aura suddenly skyrocketed like a rampaging beast. Then, Chinyu moved his right hand and an ancient spear appeared. With a flick of his wrist, Chinyu became one with the spear, like a dragon emerging from the sea, and stabbed out. Immediately, a dazzling spear aura appeared, and the void was like water, breaking open layer by layer. The primordial yin-yang energy exploded. The great yin destruction curse was torn apart, and the earth demon spirit channeling technique was annihilated. The divine abilities that Aoba and the other 2 had used were directly shattered by the destructive spear aura. With the 8 Trigrams Battle Dragon Formation as the foundation, it merged several dragon races' divine abilities and secret techniques to form the Heaven Battling Dragon Technique. Its power was far stronger than the origin divine abilities that Aoba and the other 2 had used. How is this possible? Aoba and the other 2, who were sent flying by the violent airwaves, were extremely shocked and in disbelief. The reason why they were so shocked was not because their divine abilities were broken. It was because Chinyu's move just now actually contained several dragon races' origin divine abilities. One had to know that it was not some dragon race's secret technique, but a true dragon race's origin divine ability. Even now, among the dragon race in the outer realm where most of the dragon race gathered, no one could master multiple origin divine abilities. In the entire history of the dragon race, there were only a few existences who had awakened 2 origin divine abilities. As for mastering multiple origin divine abilities, there was only one person above the dragon race. That was the Dragon Emperor who had founded the Eternal Dragon Nation. Why was Chinyu able to use several dragon race bloodlines and completely different dragon race origin divine abilities? Crack! At that moment, a slight crack appeared on the tip of Chinyu's spear after the attack. Chinyu's spear was not a true divine weapon. Therefore, it could not contain the vast power of the heaven-battling dragon technique. This was also the reason why Chinyu still wanted to forge his own spear even after obtaining a divine weapon like the God Slayer sword. 8 trigrams battle dragon formation. Dragons battle the heavens. Although the spear was broken, Chinyu's attack did not stop at all. With a flash of black light, Chinyu appeared above Aoba and the other two in an instant. Roar! The spear stabbed out again, and an 8 trigrams ancient formation with vast dragon aura appeared at the tip of the spear. A dragon roar that shook the 9 heavens resounded, and several Shinran dragons suddenly rushed out. If one looked carefully, they would discover that those Shinran dragons were the 9 hells Purgatory Dragon, Divine Firmament World Annihilation Dragon, Golden Flame Heavenly Incinerating Dragon, Primordial Sky Dragon, Bloodthirsty Sky Dragon, and so on. These were all dragon race bloodlines that Chinyu had refined before. Following the recovery of his cultivation, Chinyu's previous life's astonishing techniques were gradually able to be used. Oh no! Seeing those Shinran dragons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, Aoba and the other two's pupils shrank. These dragons were clearly just condensed, but they gave them a feeling of being alive. This was definitely not something that those Shinran dragons that had evolved from Array Dao could compare to. Splat! Although they defended in time, under Chinyu's violent attack, their bodies were still shaken. Aoba and the other two's bodies trembled, and they vomited blood continuously. This power. So this is it. Aoba, who was seriously injured, sensed the destructive power raging in his body. As if sensing something, he suddenly reacted. You can actually activate the power of the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Aoba looked at Chinyu, the shock in his eyes almost tangible. Aoba was even more surprised by Chinyu's background. Not only did he control several dragon races' mystical powers, but he could also activate the power of the Dragon Emperor's tomb for his own use. Could it be that Chinyu and the Dragon Emperor were related in some way? It's too late to realize it now. Chinyu's expression was calm, and there was no change in his expression. With Aoba's cultivation level that was close to the Divine Emperor realm, and with the help of the top emperors, Aeoli and Aosia, it was still because he was completely suppressed by Chinyu. In addition to the 8 trigrams battle dragon formation set up by Chinyu, there was another point that Chinyu had activated the power of the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Chapter 582. Back then, when AOD had given Chinyu the restrictions of the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Thus, Chinyu managed to thoroughly study those barriers and barriers. Therefore, when Chinyu entered the Dragon Emperor's tomb, he was able to control a small portion of the tomb's power. Although it was not a lot, it was enough for Chinyu to have a killing move that allowed him to fight above his level. Otherwise, even if he set up the 8 trigrams battle dragon formation, Chinyu would not be able to suppress Aoba and the other two so thoroughly. Aoba was the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Tribe outside the domain, so his strength was not for show. However, when AOD was being suppressed by Chinyu, he had sensed that Chinyu had activated the power of the Dragon Emperor's tomb. As for Aoba, he had only sensed it after exchanging a few blows with Chinyu. To a certain extent, Aoba's potential was far below AOD's. It seemed like there was more to AOD's expulsion back then. It's about time to end this. Dragon God's might. Of course, Chinyu was not interested in learning about the internal grudges of the dragon tribe outside the domain. With a thought, the dragon god's ancient seal trembled slightly, and a mighty dragon's might suddenly descended. That dragon's might was much stronger than the Dragon Emperor's spirit that AOD had possessed. Aoba and the other two, who were heavily injured, were in front of that dragon's might. The dragon tribe bloodline in their bodies was completely suppressed. The dragon god's ancient seal was formed from the immortal ancient Shenron's body and contained the immortal gray dragon tribe's might. Roar! Roar! At this critical moment, Aoba and the other two revealed their true forms and turned into 3 majestic Shenron dragons. Even so, their bloodline was still suppressed to the extreme in front of the dragon god's ancient seal's might. Whoosh! Qin Yu, who had activated the power of the Dragon Emperor's tomb again, stabbed out with his spear and directly tore apart heaven and earth. The dragon scales on Aoba and the other two shattered, and dragon blood spurted out, and their auras weakened rapidly. 8 trigrams battle dragon technique. Since Aoba and the others had discovered that he could draw on the power of the Dragon Emperor's tomb, Qin Yu did not hide it any longer. He gave it his all, drawing on the power of the Dragon Emperor's tomb to its fullest. Aoba and the other two, who resisted tenaciously, were defeated bit by bit, and were utterly unable to resist Qin Yu's attacks. Sacred Dragon Divine Seal. Aoba suddenly let out a roar that shook the heavens when he was about to be completely sealed by Qin Yu. The broken dragon scales on Aoba's body glowed, and his dragon blood started to burn. Then, in the air above his head, an ancient seal that was brimming with divine power condensed. This pressure, Qin Yu, who was originally planning to use his killing move to suppress the ancient seal, had a slight change in his expression. He stopped his attack and looked at the ancient seal. From that vast and mighty ancient seal, Qin Yu was able to sense an extremely frightening fluctuation. This was not the kind of pressure that a peak emperor could possess, but rather ancient emperor realm. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. As someone who had once been a peak ancient emperor, Qin Yu would definitely not be wrong about the ancient emperor realm's pressure. However, the ancient seal's pressure contained the immortal dragon tribe's pressure. From the looks of it, it should be an ancient emperor realm expert from the dragon tribe from the outside world. Roar! As if to confirm Qin Yu's guess, an ancient and deep dragon roar came from the divine might dragon seal. Then, an illusory dragon shadow appeared with the ancient seal as the center. Even though it was just an illusory figure, the boundless might of the ancient emperor gushed out from it. Grand Elder! Seeing that shadow, Ao Li and Ao Xie's expressions brightened greatly. They had thought that not only would they not be able to obtain the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, but they would also not be able to escape this calamity. But they had not expected the Grand Elder to have such a trick up his sleeve. In front of an ancient emperor expert, even if Qin Yu could draw on the power of the Dragon Emperor's tomb, he would not be able to do anything. Dragon tribe's origin bloodline, the power of the Dragon Emperor's tomb, origin mystique ripples. The ancient Emperor Dragon Shadow looked at the heavily injured Aoba and the other two before looking at Qin Yu. After looking at him for a while, a strange look appeared in his eyes. Although Qin Yu's body was covered in black dragon scales, Qin Yu's true form was not that of the dragon tribe, but that of a human. A human actually had so much dragon tribe's origin mystique and dragon tribe's bloodline? Why is Aod not here? After looking at Qin Yu for a while, the ancient emperor Dragon Shadow from the dragon tribe from the outside world finally remembered Aod. According to the plan, Aoba should have taken over Aod's body. Aod was sealed by him, and the Dragon Emperor's inheritance disappeared. Aoba said weakly, in order to summon the ancient Emperor Dragon Shadow, he had paid the price of burning his dragon blood. That price was so great that it was even greater than the injuries caused by Qin Yu. If not for the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, Aoba would never have used this forbidden technique. Who are you? The ancient Emperor Dragon Shadow's gaze once again fell on Qin Yu. The Dragon Emperor's inheritance was very important to the dragon tribe from the outside world, and Aod was related to the appearance of the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. Therefore, Aod's inheritance must not fall into the hands of others. Boom! What answered him was a divine spear surrounded by purple lightning that pierced through the air. In the eyes of other Emperor Realm masters, the ancient Emperor Realm might be a high and mighty existence. However, Qin Yu was not a simple Emperor Realm master. Moreover, this ancient emperor from the dragon tribe from the outside world did not come with his real body, but was just a phantom. With Qin Yu's current combat strength, he naturally would not be afraid of a mere ancient emperor phantom. Therefore, Qin Yu did not waste any time and directly attacked. Courting death! The ancient Emperor Dragon Shadow's eyes flashed coldly as he flicked his finger. Rays of cyan-colored dragon light, like a waterfall, broke through the void and swept toward Qin Yu. In an instant, the space around Qin Yu was completely sealed. 8 trigrams Battle Dragon Spear! Qin Yu's attack did not stop and did not change. The 8 trigrams Battle Dragon Array gathered on his body. Countless dragon inscriptions appeared on the long spear that pierced out. There were so many dragon inscriptions that it was as if the long spear had grown dragon scales. Boom! The spear's shadows were like stars falling from the sky, piercing through the incoming azure dragon light and shattering it. Every time the azure dragon light was shattered, Qin Yu's body trembled violently. A vast amount of enormous destructive energy was pouring into Qin Yu's body from those cyan-colored dragon lights. However, Qin Yu's body only trembled and did not suffer any injuries. A mere human has such a strong physical body, the ancient Emperor Dragon Shadow's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. His attack just now contained a hidden force that could severely injure a human divine emperor. However, Qin Yu was unharmed after taking on the hidden force. The strength of his physical body could be said to be terrifying. Supreme Elder, this person can activate the power of the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. Ao Di and Ao Xia immediately reminded the ancient Emperor Dragon Shadow. No, however, Ao Ba's eyes narrowed slightly as he sized up Qin Yu with a serious gaze. He can activate the power of the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb, but the hidden force, just now, the ancient Emperor Dragon Shadow thought to himself. The hidden force in his attack just now was directly offset by Qin Yu's physical body and not by the power of the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. Chapter 583. Qin Yu's cultivation was far from reaching the divine emperor level, but his physical body was so strong. This was rare among the human race, even among the extraterritorial dragon tribe. There was no emperor-level dragon clan member who could forge such an astonishing physical body. Tyrant dragon battles the heavens. Qin Yu ignored the ancient Emperor Dragon Shadow's surprise. After breaking through the attack, he immediately pounced forward. This time around, on the pitch-black dragon scales on Qin Yu's body, cyan-colored dragon marks could be clearly seen. Those dragon patterns were not random. Every 8 dragon patterns formed an 8 trigrams dragon pattern array. Roar! A spear pierced through the air, and a deafening dragon roar resounded through the sky. A dazzling spear light that was dozens of feet long tore through the void and blasted out. At this moment, a clear energy from the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb was triggered and merged into the dazzling spear light. Oh no! The ancient Emperor Dragon Shadow, who was about to attack, suddenly changed his expression. He immediately shot out 3 light circles, imprisoning Ao Ba, Ao Li, and Ao Xia. The void shook slightly, and Ao Ba and the other 2 immediately disappeared. Crack! In the next moment, a clear explosion was heard. The spear light pierced through the dragon's might ancient seal that Ao Ba had created by burning his dragon blood. The extraterritorial dragon tribe's ancient Emperor Dragon Shadow became weaker. Qin Yu's spear attack just now. Not only had it triggered the power of the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb, but it had also triggered the power of the Dragon Emperor's spirit. Even the ancient Emperor Realm extraterritorial Dragon Shadow could not withstand such an attack. Of course, if the ancient Emperor Realm extraterritorial Dragon Shadow was here, the situation would be different. The Dragon Emperor's legacy can only be inherited by the dragon tribe. At the last moment, the ancient emperor's shadow shouted coldly. Dragon light flashed all over his body, condensing into an ancient dragon light that pierced through the sky. Pucci! The dragon light was like a shooting star, disappearing in an instant. Qin Yu's body trembled, and a bloody hole appeared on his body. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Qin Yu formed the heaven-devouring dragon seal and swallowed more than half of the dragon light. Otherwise, Qin Yu's entire body would have been pierced through. Even so, Qin Yu's injuries were not light. The power contained within that dragon light was incomparable to the hidden forces from before. What a pity! The dragon's soul appeared and looked at Ao Ba and the other two who were running away. It was extremely regretful. He didn't know how long it would take for him to encounter 3 transformed dragons again. Fortunately, it's not like we didn't gain anything. Qin Yu also had a somewhat regretful expression on his face. However, that was all. Luckily, the Dragon Emperor's tomb had strong restrictions, and only an ancient emperor's shadow had come. If his true self had come, Qin Yu would have suffered more than just some injuries. In any case, the harvest this time was already quite bountiful. Not only did he see the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, but he also sealed the illusory Umbra Dragon Aoing and the immemorial Ice Crystal Dragon Aod. Thinking of Aod, Qin Yu's mind flickered, and a figure appeared in a flash of light. It was Aod who had been trapped in the ancient seal of the divine dragon. The dragon spirit's power that had fused into Qin Yu's spear light was Aod's own little dragon spirit's power. It is said that the Dragon God Emperor, apart from mastering countless dragon tribes' mystiques, had also created several supreme secret techniques. I remember one of them was able to use the 8 trigrams battle formation to condense dragon power. After Aod appeared, although he was still trapped, he didn't panic at all and spoke slowly. In your current situation, is there any point in finding out if I'm the Dragon God Emperor? Qin Yu looked at Aod calmly. Although Aod had helped him defeat the ancient emperor's shadow in the battle just now. But Qin Yu wouldn't let Aod go just because of that. Their alliance had already ended when they entered the Dragon Emperor's tomb. If Qin Yu fell into Aod's hands now, Qin Yu didn't think that Aod would let him go after suspecting that he was the Dragon God Emperor. That's indeed meaningless. Anyway, I've already confirmed my guess. Now, let's talk about some serious matters. Aod smiled and said, "The Dragon Emperor's inheritance is right in front of you. You won't let it go just like that, right?" Of course. Qin Yu was slightly flabbergasted. For Aod to have such a reaction, could it be that he still had some sort of trump card? Then we can join forces again. Aod said, "You and I are not on the same level now." Qin Yu said calmly, "When martial artists joined forces, they would either have the same strength or the same bargaining chips." And now, Aod was completely in Qin Yu's hands. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his life was in Qin Yu's hands. Under such circumstances, Qin Yu naturally wouldn't join forces with Aod. Only I can summon the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. If you want to get the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, you'll have to borrow my strength. Aod said calmly when he heard that. If it's the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, it won't be a problem as long as I possess you. Before Ao Ba and the other 2 dealt with Aod, Qin Yu had already arrived. Therefore, Qin Yu knew that Ao Ba wanted to possess Aod and summon the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. The premise is that you can successfully possess me. As he spoke, a golden dragon scale appeared in between Aod's eyebrows. The dragon scale was extremely ancient, and it seemed to contain an immortal that came from the ancient times. This fluctuation, Qin Yu's eyes flickered when he saw the golden dragon scale. There was a strong fluctuation of soul power in the golden dragon scale. It was the fluctuation of Aod's dragon soul. Qin Yu pointed his finger, and a ray of light shot into the golden dragon scale. After a while, Qin Yu's body trembled, and he took a few steps back in the air. That golden dragon scale contained a vast and unparalleled will. Qin Yu was hit by the boundless will just now. How can his dragon soul be so powerful? The dragon soul also sensed it and was extremely surprised. You merged with the Dragon Emperor's soul? Qin Yu stared at the golden dragon scale for a while and then looked at AOD. To be precise, I should have awakened the origin soul seed left by my ancestor. Therefore, no matter who it is, they can't possess me. Moreover, if I really want to kill myself, no one can stop me, AOD said. This was also the reason why he didn't panic when Ao Ba used a secret technique to possess him. If Ao Ba really used a trick against him, Ao Ba would definitely be the one at a disadvantage. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. This change was beyond his expectations. The most important thing in possessing a physical body was to devour the host's soul. However, from the dragon soul power in the golden dragon scale, it was extremely difficult to possess a physical body. If he forcefully possessed a physical body, AOD would most likely fight to the death. Let's hear the conditions. After pondering for a while, Qin Yu said to AOD, My goal is to use my ancestors' inheritance to establish the eternal dragon nation and unify the extraterritorial dragon tribe. Therefore, if you can achieve my goal, I will submit to you. AOD said solemnly when he heard this. Chapter 584. If you submit to me first, I can help you achieve your goal. However, if you want me to unify the extraterritorial dragon tribe before submitting to you, then we have nothing to talk about. Qin Yu's expression did not change much when he saw AOD's solemn expression. Qin Yu had already known that AOD wanted to create another eternal dragon nation when he had subdued the purple thunder divine firmament dragon. Therefore, Qin Yu was not surprised by AOD's condition. In fact, it was not difficult for Qin Yu to create another eternal dragon nation. However, it was not easy to unify the extraterritorial dragon tribe. The extraterritorial dragon tribe had an ancient emperor. This meant that Qin Yu had to reach the ancient emperor realm. Moreover, the extraterritorial dragon tribe had been in the extraterritorial dragon tribe for so many years. Who knew if they had anything to do with the extraterritorial dragon tribe? Therefore, AOD's condition had to be built on the premise that he had to submit to him first. Otherwise, Qin Yu would rather give up the Dragon Emperor's inheritance and directly imprison AOD's bloodline origin. If AOD wanted to commit suicide, Qin Yu might not be able to stop him. However, if Qin Yu wanted to imprison AOD's bloodline origin, the current AOD would definitely be helpless. As long as you and I set the dragon curse on each other, I will submit to you first. AOD agreed after pondering for a moment. AOD was very clear about his own situation. Even if he had the Dragon Emperor's inheritance as a bargaining chip, Qin Yu would not let him go so easily. Therefore, AOD had already accepted his fate. He proposed the condition of joining forces to obtain the greatest benefit. Of course, there was another reason why AOD had decided to submit to Qin Yu. He had confirmed that Qin Yu was indeed the reincarnation of the Dragon God Emperor. The Dragon God Emperor from 1,000 years ago was the closest existence to the Dragon Emperor. If AOD wanted to take revenge on the extraterritorial dragon tribe and unify the extraterritorial dragon tribe, Qin Yu would be the best help. Although submitting to him would mean losing his freedom, it was a good decision in terms of the pros and cons. All right. The Dragon Clan's curse was similar to the ancient heart demon curse of martial artists. Therefore, Qin Yu did not have any objections. The two of them immediately cast the dragon curse at each other, and AOD officially submitted to Qin Yu. According to the origin dragon blood that I've awakened, there should be 3 legacies left behind by my ancestors. 1 was the bloodline legacy, 1 was the Dragon Emperor Heavenly Soul, and the last was the Astral Dragon Nation. The bloodline inheritance contained the strongest origin, divine ability of the ancestor. The Dragon Emperor's heavenly soul was the supreme dragon soul that his ancestor had refined. As for the Starry Sky Dragon Nation, it was formed after our ancestors refined the Starry Sky. After casting the Dragon Tribe curse, AOD summoned the Dragon Emperor's inheritance and spoke to Chinyu. Dragon Soul, Heaven Soul. Inside the divine Dragon Ancient Seal, the Dragon Soul's eyes suddenly lit up. The Dragon Emperor of the past was most likely an immortal Grey Dragon. How powerful was the Dragon Soul he left behind? For a Dragon Soul that was originally a soul body, it was naturally the best tonic. The bloodline inheritance is yours. I want the Dragon Emperor's celestial soul and the cosmic dragon kingdom. Chinyu heard and said to AOD, "You are not a pure dragon. The Dragon Emperor's celestial soul is not very useful to you." AOD felt strange and said he had thought that Chinyu would be interested in the bloodline inheritance and the cosmic dragon nation. He did not expect Chinyu to want the Dragon Emperor's celestial soul. "I have my own uses for it." Chinyu did not give in. AOD had great potential. In the future, he might be able to become an immortal Grey Dragon. However, the dragon soul that was born in one body with Chinyu was more important to Chinyu. All right, seeing this, AOD did not say anything. After all, Chinyu had placed a restriction on him. "Appear!" AOD shouted after changing his hand seals, and the golden dragon scale between his eyebrows lit up. A deafening explosion resounded through the sky. A beam of golden light descended from the Dragon Emperor's inheritance and landed on AOD. After the golden light flashed, AOD and Chinyu disappeared. After a brief moment of darkness, Chinyu and AOD appeared in a vast starry sky. The cosmic dragon nation. Chinyu's eyes lit up. In this vast starry sky, there were countless golden dragon shadows that were subdued. These were the Dragon Emperor's dragon origin energy. In the center of this vast starry sky, there was a golden ball of light that looked like the sun. Through the golden ball of light, one could see a golden figure that was emitting a mighty dragon aura. AOD flew in front of the golden ball of light. His eyes seemed to be burning with flames. That golden figure was the Dragon Emperor's bloodline inheritance. It contained the Dragon Emperor's divine origin energy. With a loud dragon roar, AOD revealed his true form and rushed into the golden figure. In an instant, the golden figure quickly merged with AOD, and it didn't take long for them to completely merge into one. However, AOD did not appear from the golden ball of light. His eyes were closed. Golden divine light shone from his body, as if he had entered a meditative state. Over there. At this moment, the dragon soul also appeared from the ancient seal of the mystical dragon and quickly flew to somewhere in the cosmic dragon nation. There was a golden dragon soul that covered the sky. Its mighty dragon aura suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 lands. That golden dragon soul was the Dragon Emperor's celestial soul that the Dragon Emperor had left behind. Suppress. Chinyu did not hesitate. With a low roar, the ancient seal of the mystical dragon appeared. Roar. Vaguely, an ancient dragon roar could be heard from the ancient seal of the mystical dragon. It seemed to have come from ancient times. The Dragon Emperor's celestial soul seemed to have sensed it. It trembled slightly and emitted a mighty dragon aura. However, in front of the ancient seal of the mystical dragon, the Dragon Emperor's celestial soul was quickly suppressed. The dragon's soul rushed out excitedly and fused with the golden dragon soul. Seal. Seeing this, Chinyu controlled the ancient seal of the mystical dragon and kept the Dragon Emperor's celestial soul in the ancient seal. Next, Chinyu began to look around the cosmic dragon nation. His eyes were burning with passion. Although the Dragon Emperor had created the eternal dragon nation, it had collapsed when the Dragon Emperor passed away. However, the cosmic dragon nation was the core of the eternal dragon nation. For Chinyu, who wanted to create the real eternal dragon nation, This was a priceless treasure. All this while, Qin Yu had used the Dragon Soul's origin dragon world to contain the other dragons. The Dragon Soul's origin dragon world was a chaotic dragon world that could suppress ordinary dragons. However, the Dragon Soul's origin dragon world could not be considered the real eternal dragon nation. Now that he had the cosmic dragon nation, Qin Yu could create the real eternal dragon nation. Qin Yu looked at it for a long time. Then he formed seals with his hands. Beams of divine light shone from Qin Yu's body. There were so many of them that they seemed endless. After the divine light appeared, they merged with the cosmic dragon nation. Vaguely, one could see stars in the starry sky. They shone faintly. However, the more divine light merged, the brighter the stars became. Not long after, the entire Star Dragon country was illuminated by the stars in the sky. Ancient battle dragon art, cultivate. Qin Yu, who had been ready, immediately activated the ancient battle dragon art. Dark green dragon scales appeared all over his body. Chapter 585 Rumble. As Qin Yu circulated the ancient battle dragon art, the entire starry sky dragon nation trembled. The bright stars in the sky gradually turned into dragon scales. Above the starry sky, an ancient and mysterious shadow of Shinran appeared. Dragon Nation Mark. Qin Yu raised his head and looked to that divine dragon's silhouette. His eyes were shining. According to AOD, the Shinran shadow was the Dragon Nation mark left behind by the former Dragon Emperor. As long as he refined the Dragon Nation mark, he would be able to completely control the Starry Sky Dragon Nation. Dragon Capture Technique. Qin Yu did not hesitate. His hands formed a series of seals as he performed the ancient battle dragon art. Immediately, a pure soul mark appeared between Qin Yu's eyebrows and merged with the Shinran shadow. Qin Yu sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. His mind was immersed in the Shinran shadow. Not long after, an extremely mysterious and ancient Tao technique fluctuation appeared in Qin Yu's consciousness. However, the Tao technique fluctuation was extremely chaotic. It crazily attacked Qin Yu's soul. Fortunately, Qin Yu's soul had recovered to the level of an ancient emperor after he reached the emperor realm. No matter how the chaotic Tao technique energy attacked, it could not shake Qin Yu's soul. On the contrary, relying on his powerful soul energy, Qin Yu rapidly digested those chaotic Taoist techniques. It took Qin Yu a full 7 days to completely refine the Dragon Nation imprint. During these 7 days, AOD was still in a meditative state. The Dragon Soul was also refining the Dragon Emperor's celestial soul. Judging from their appearances, it would be difficult for them to finish in a short time. Appear! After refining the Dragon Nation mark and gaining control of the Starry Sky Dragon Nation, Qin Yu shouted. The Dragon Soul's origin dragon world appeared. Majestic, chaotic dragon chi spread out. Roar! Vaguely, a dragon's roar could be heard from the Dragon Nation mark. The chaotic dragon chi of the Dragon Soul's origin dragon world immediately merged with the Dragon Nation mark. Under the fusion of the two, the Starry Sky Dragon Nation shrank rapidly with Qin Yu as the center. It looked as if the Starry Sky Dragon Nation was being compressed by a terrifying force. The majestic dragon chi of the origin flowed through Qin Yu's limbs and into the chaotic dragon world. Bang! When the Starry Sky Dragon Nation shrank to 100 feet in size, a loud bang suddenly. The entire Starry Sky Dragon country exploded and turned into a sky full of starlight, scattering around Qin Yu. The next moment, the dragon energy on Qin Yu's body surged, and all the starlight was completely devoured. At this point, the Star Dragon country and the chaotic dragon world were perfectly integrated into one. The Starry Sky Dragon Nation. With a somewhat excited expression, Qin Yu immediately entered the chaotic dragon realm with an intention. Dragon domain was dragon world, dragon world. Chaotic dragon chi filled the air, and there were countless mountains and rivers. It was like a paradise on earth. Within the primal chaos dragon aura, there were countless golden dragon auras floating. Dragon Laquang of the purple lightning divine firmament and Dragon Fenyu of the golden flames had already passed the shape-shifting lightning tribulation. They transformed into their true forms and absorbed the golden dragon Qi madly. The Dragon Emperor's original dragon power was a divine item that could allow them to be reborn. AOD, who was still meditating, was also thrown into the Starry Sky Dragon Nation by Qinyu. After leaving the Starry Sky Dragon Nation, Qinyu returned to the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Although Qinyu had obtained the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, he did not leave. Qinyu opened his right hand, and a black light flashed. Ao Ing, who had used the Dragon Emperor godly sealing technique to seal himself in the black crystal, appeared. Qinyu had only sealed Ao Ing because he had to find the Dragon Emperor's inheritance and deal with the other dragons. Now that AOD had submitted, he had obtained the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. Qinyu planned to use this opportunity to break Ao Ying's secret skill and refine its origin dragon vein. The Dragon Emperor's tomb could not be found in the outside world, and it could not be entered. This was the best place for Qinyu to cultivate in seclusion. After leaving the Dragon Emperor's tomb, Qinyu would go to the East Continent and prepare to deal with the other ancient emperors. After refining Ao Ing and Ao D's dragon blood, Qinyu's cultivation would reach an astonishing level. At that time, even if he could not fight against an ancient emperor, however, divine emperors would no longer pose any threat to Qinyu. Origin splitting technique. Without hesitation, Qinyu, who already had a plan in mind, immediately used a supreme, secret skill. A pale gray ray of light flashed across the dark crystal. Crack! There was an almost undetectable cracking sound. A clear crack appeared in the black crystal. After the crack appeared, it spread out like a spider web at an incredible speed. Soon, the entire black crystal was covered in cracks. Ao Ing, who had sealed himself inside, seemed to sense danger. His black dragon scales flashed. Break! With a bang, the pitch-black crystal suddenly exploded. At this moment, Ao Ing suddenly woke up. He immediately used his mystique, the Thousand Shadows illusion Dao, and prepared to escape. Unfortunately, Qinyu was already prepared. He used a supreme dragon technique. Ao Ying's origin dragon vein was directly captured by Qinyu. How is this possible? With his bloodline stolen, Ao D's origin mystique was destroyed. His aura weakened, and he fell from the sky. Ao Ing, who had been sealed by Qinyu again, stared at Qinyu in a daze. His eyes were filled with disbelief. To be able to capture his origin dragon vein in an instant was beyond Ao Ying's knowledge. Even among the experts in the extraterritorial races, there was no expert who could do this. Devour! Qinyu activated the immemorial battle dragon art, and the divine dragon ancient seal trembled slightly. Ao Ying's origin dragon vein was immediately captured by the divine dragon ancient seal, turning into surging dragon qi. The dragon qi was so majestic that it was like the sea, as if it was endless. Asterisk pung pung pung, asterisk, as the endless stream of dragon aura poured into Qinyu's body. A series of intense explosions sounded from his body. That was the battle dragon's true essence, which had skyrocketed in a short period of time. Qinyu's cyan-grade main dragon vein and 90 branch dragon veins were all trembling at this moment. Ao Ing was also considered a descendant of the Dragon Emperor. The strength of his origin dragon vein was far above bloodthirsty Sha Tianlong Xianhai. Qinyu had just started to refine the dragon blood, but his cultivation had already skyrocketed. The speed was so terrifying that it was as if he had been infused with true essence. While the immemorial battle dragon art was circulating and refining the origin dragon blood, countless mysterious Dao techniques also appeared in Qinyu's mind, one after another. Although Qin Yu had reached the peak of the ancient emperor realm in his previous life, cultivating Tao techniques again was many times easier than other emperor realm masters. But even so, it was still extremely difficult to comprehend the power of Tao. This was also the reason why Qin Yu's cultivation progress was extremely slow after he had reached the emperor realm. But now, the originally mysterious and unfathomable Tao techniques had become clear and transparent. It was as if the Tao techniques had been broken down and opened up in front of Qin Yu without reservation. Rumble. Under the double surge of Tao techniques and Battle Dragon's true essence, Qin Yu's cultivation increased crazily. 2 hours later, he reached the early third grade Emperor realm. 6 hours later, he reached the mid third grade Emperor realm. 14 hours later, he reached the late third grade Emperor realm. Then, fourth grade Emperor realm, fifth grade Emperor realm, sixth grade Emperor realm, seventh grade Emperor realm. Chapter 586. 49 days later. It wasn't until he reached the late stage of the seventh grade Emperor realm that the surging true qi and Tao in Qin Yu's body gradually calmed down. In less than 50 days, his cultivation had broken through 4 grades from the third grade Emperor realm to the seventh grade Emperor realm. If such a shocking increase in cultivation were to spread, it would definitely shock countless people. One had to know that it was extremely normal for an Emperor realm master to have no progress, even after hundreds of years. Qin Yu, on the other hand, had used the ancient battle dragon art to refine the dragon blood, and his cultivation had taken a huge leap to become a high-level Emperor realm master. Of course, Qin Yu wasn't just blindly increasing his cultivation this time. Qin Yu had always valued his foundation, and he hadn't forgotten about it. The cyan grade dragon vein in Qin Yu's body was now faintly blue. This meant that Qin Yu's main dragon vein had reached the 6th grade blue grade. As for the sub-dragon vein, it had increased by 50, reaching a total of 140. Qin Yu's current main dragon vein and sub-dragon vein had completely surpassed his previous life. When the main dragon vein reached the blue grade and the sub-dragon vein broke through the 100th mark, Qin Yu clearly felt that his physique had undergone a huge transformation. It was difficult to pinpoint exactly what had changed in his body. However, it made Qin Yu feel comfortable all over. It was as if all the impurities in his body had been cleansed. 8 trigrams battle dragon. In addition to the increase in cultivation and aptitude, among the 9 great secret techniques of the ancient battle dragon art, he had also officially comprehended the 4th move, 8 trigrams battle dragon. This surprised Qin Yu quite a bit. After all, in his previous life, he had only comprehended the 8 trigrams battle dragon when he reached the ancient Emperor realm. Now he was only a 7th grade Emperor realm master, but he had actually comprehended the 8 trigrams battle dragon. It seemed that the comprehension of the 9 secrets of the battle dragon had a lot to do with the main dragon vein and the sub-dragon vein. Azure dragon battle, heaven-devouring dragon seal, divine dragon body, 8 trigrams battle dragon. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. With the cultivation of a late-stage 7th grade Emperor realm master and the 4 trigrams battle dragon secret techniques, Qin Yu was now completely confident that he could fight a divine emperor. If supported by various kinds of formations, Qin Yu's combat strength would have a huge leap. In fact, Qin Yu felt that he could even fight against an ancient emperor if he had the right time, place, and people. After restraining the berserk fluctuations of the Tao technique on his body, Qin Yu's thoughts moved. 2 gigantic dragons that blotted out the sky appeared. One was suffused with bloodthirsty killing intent, while the other was flickering with dreamy black light. It was bloodthirsty sky dragon, Xianhai and Aoing. Disperse! Qin Yu broke the seals in Xianhai and Aoying's bodies, allowing their consciousness to return to normal. Aoing. Xianhai, who had just regained consciousness, was about to go berserk when he suddenly saw Aoing. Xianhai's memories were still stuck at the time when Qin Yu had made him submit. Now that he saw Ao Ing appear in the blink of an eye, he was still in a daze. As expected. On the other hand, Ao Ing was not surprised that Xian Hai was imprisoned by Qin Yu. When she had fought with Qin Yu earlier, Ao Ing had sensed the fluctuations of the Xian Hai's dragon vein in Qin Yu's body. Ao Ing, is the Dragon Emperor here too? Xian Hai quickly asked Ao Ing through voice transmission. His eyes were extremely bright as he came back to his senses. Ao Ing was the Dragon Emperor Ao Ba's true confidant. She had been in charge of the intelligence of the extraterritorial races. Ao Ing would not appear here for no reason unless she had followed the Dragon Emperor here. The Dragon Emperor should have left. Ao Ing stared at Qin Yu cautiously. She did not know Ao Ba's exact situation, but since she could no longer sense Ao Ba's aura in the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb, there was a high chance that Ao Ba had already left. Ao Ing could only hope that Ao Ba had left after obtaining the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. In that case, their efforts would not be in vain. Of course, to Ao Ing, the most important thing was to find a way to deal with Qin Yu. Not only could he break the Dragon Emperor's self-sealing technique, but he could also take away his dragon vein. In Ao Ying's heart, Qin Yu was even more difficult to deal with than Ao Ba. He left. The light in Xian Hai's eyes froze. Ao Ba did not know that he was in Qin Yu's hands. It was normal that he did not help him. But Ao Ba had actually left Ao Ing behind. This was something that Xian Hai could not understand. The two of you have talked for so long. Why don't we get down to business? At this moment, Qin Yu spoke, interrupting Xian Hai and Ao Ying's conversation. I've said it before. It's impossible for me to submit to you. Xian Hai's eyes seemed to be filled with blood, but they were still filled with murderous intent. What about you? Are you not willing to submit to me? Qin Yu looked at Xian Hai, then shifted his gaze to Ao Ing. I am the descendant of the Dragon Emperor. I will never submit to you humans. Under Qin Yu's calm and indifferent gaze, Ao Ying's eyelids trembled slightly. For some reason, the current Qin Yu gave him a sense of danger that was many times stronger than before. But even so, Ao Ing still would not submit to Qin Yu. In the history of the Dragon Clan, there were countless Dragon clansmen who had fallen in the hands of human powerhouses. But there were very few Dragon clansmen who submitted to humans. The noble dignity of the Dragon clan flowed in their bones. They would not easily submit to other clans. If that's the case, then there's no other way. Qin, you did not say any more nonsense. The current him was no longer the cultivation that suppressed the bloodthirsty, heavenly dragon back then. With the 7th grade Emperor realm and the 4 secrets of the battle dragon, Qin Yu had the means to directly control them. Swoosh! Swoosh! Before he finished speaking, Qin Yu suddenly attacked. 2 mysterious divine seals appeared, as fast as shooting stars. Before Ao Ing and Xian Hai could react, they entered their bodies. Ong, 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 ong. Immediately, violent dragon roars filled with pain resounded through the 9 heavens. The entire Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb trembled slightly. Ao Ing and Xian Hai's dragon souls were entangled by the 2 mysterious ancient divine seals. No matter how Ao Ing and Xian Hai struggled, they could not break free from the 2 ancient divine seals. They could only watch as their dragon souls were merged by the 2 divine seals. Not long after, the berserk dragon roar gradually grew softer. Ao Ing and Xian Hai's eyes became dim, as if they had lost their spirit. If one looked closely, they would discover, in the depths of Ao Ing and Xian Hai's dragon eyes, there was an ancient divine seal looming. The ancient divine seal emitted a mysterious light. The light spread out and seeped into the depths of the 2 dragon souls. Soul Dragon Technique, one of the supreme dragon techniques that Qin Yu had created in his previous life. It could completely control the Dragon Clan soul. But this secret technique required the support of a strong cultivation base. This was also the reason why Qin Yu had only used the bloodthirsty, heavenly dragon, Xianhai now. Moreover, if Ao Ing and Xianhai were not willing to submit, Qin Yu was not willing to use the soul dragon technique on them. Qin Yu had never thought of creating the eternal dragon country in his previous life. So, the soul dragon technique that he created was to use forceful means to control the dragon clan as puppets. And this way, it would definitely hurt the dragon clan's foundation. Ao Ing and Xianhai's aptitude was originally not inferior to Fenyu and Lei Kuang. They were even more outstanding. But now, although the two of them could still cultivate and become stronger, but in terms of potential, they were far inferior to Fenyu and Lei Kuang. Chapter 587. Controlling Ao Ing and Xianhai, Qin Yu opened the Eternal Dragon Country again. Under Qin Yu's control, Ao Ing and Xianhai also absorbed the Dragon Emperor's origin source Dragon Qi. During this period of time, Fenyu and Lei Kuang's cultivation had a huge leap, and judging from the majestic Dragon Emperor's origin source Dragon Qi in the Eternal Dragon Country, it was enough to support Fenyu and the other three for a long time. Compared to waiting for the end of the cultivation, their cultivation would undergo a huge transformation. They could even become Qin Yu's combat strength. After leaving the Eternal Dragon Country, Qin Yu entered the ancient seal of the Divine Dragon. The dragon soul was still cultivating right now. Qin Yu carefully sensed and found that the heavenly soul left by the Dragon Emperor had almost been completely refined by the dragon soul. The dragon soul was originally only a 3rd grade Emperor Realm Master, but now it had reached the 6th grade Emperor Realm. Such a cultivation speed could be said to be not much weaker than Qin Yu's. More importantly, the heavenly soul of the Dragon Emperor had not been completely refined by the dragon soul. One could imagine how much energy the heavenly soul left by the Dragon Emperor contained. This also confirmed that the Dragon Emperor had indeed reached the immortal grade Dragon Clan. However, why did he pass away here was still a mystery. To a martial artist, the immortal grade Dragon Clan was equivalent to crossing the 9 grades of the martial path and reaching a whole new level of cultivation. Such an existence was completely extinct in the current heaven domain. Only in various ancient secret books could one find some legends of such existence. After staying in the ancient seal of the Divine Dragon for a while, he saw that the dragon's soul still needed some time to refine the heavenly soul. Qin Yu returned to the tomb of the Dragon Emperor and began to explore. Given Qin Yu's current level of power, he will not be able to increase his power by much in a short period of time. Therefore, Qin Yu wanted to take the opportunity to carefully search the tomb of the Dragon Emperor. He wanted to see if he could find the reason why the Dragon Emperor had passed away. After flying for more than a month in the tomb of the Dragon Emperor, Qin Yu really found something. In the depths of the Dragon Emperor's tomb, there was an ancient altar in an area filled with gray air. The altar was about 30 meters tall and seemed to be made of bronze. It gave off a heavy feeling that carried the weight of a civilization. On the body of the bronze altar, there were countless ancient and mysterious runes carved on it. Qin Yu observed for a long time before he recognized that those ancient spells were actually the long-lost secret language of the ancient Dragon Clan. Only the Dragon Clan of the primordial era knew this secret language. Every secret language contained a mysterious primordial power. Now, the bronze altar was inscribed with so many secret words. One could imagine what kind of sealing power it contained. Qin Yu flew to the top of the altar and looked down. Only then did he discover that the bronze altar was suppressing a dark blue horn that was several zhang long. A bone-chilling aura was emitted from the blue horn. This fluctuation, after Qin Yu felt the cold qi, a look of intense shock flashed in his eyes. It was even more shocking than when he saw the primordial secret words. This was because the cold aura emanating from the blue horn was none other than the cold aura of the cold ghost plains. However, The cold chi from the blue horn was many times stronger than the cold chi from the frost, ghostly plains. The cold chi from the two was on a completely different level. However, the cold chi from the blue horn vaguely gave Qin Yu a familiar feeling, as if he had felt it somewhere before. Right, is it the frost beast? Suddenly, Qin Yu quivered. He remembered. Back on the frost, ghostly plains, after Qin Yu had killed a frost tribe member, he had seen the frost beast for a moment. Back then, the giant chilling beast had given Qin Yu a bone-chilling sense of danger. The memory of it was still fresh in his mind, unforgettable. Therefore, Qin Yu was certain that the cold air emitted by the gloomy frost horn was definitely of the same origin as the gloomy frost beast. Could the Dragon Emperor's passing here have something to do with the frost beast? This thought flashed through Qin Yu's mind. He found it hard to believe. If that was the case, wouldn't the frost beast have the ability to suppress the immortal Grey Dragon tribe? Did such a creature still exist in the Heaven region? Although this thought was hard to believe, it was not impossible. In Qin Yu's previous life, he was known as the strongest ancient emperor in the 9 states of the Heaven region. Even so, Qin Yu had not thoroughly searched all the forbidden grounds in the 9 states of the Heaven region. For example, the immortal-seeking ancient road, which was said to be the immortal path. In Qin Yu's previous life, he had obtained the immortal trove of the immortal battle dragon skill. In the immortal god graveyard, where Xing Luo and the others attacked Qin Yu and caused Qin Yu's death. Countless eternal sword tombs, the sacrificial god ridge, where thousands of gods were sacrificed, and the end of the endless abyss where the Dragon Emperor's tomb was now. In his previous life, Qin Yu had never set foot in these famous forbidden areas. As for the Frost Plains, Qin Yu had gone there in both his previous and current lives. However, he had only been there and had not explored it in depth. It was possible that there were creatures above the 9th stage of the martial path in these forbidden grounds. What does the frost beast have to do with the Dragon Emperor? Sizing up that gloomy cold horn, Qin Yu's eyes narrowed. His eyes were flickering with a pondering expression. There must be a reason why the Dragon Emperor sealed the frost horn here. However, the 3 great legacies that the Dragon Emperor had left behind, the bloodline inheritance and the Dragon Emperor's heavenly soul, had been refined by AOD and the Dragon's soul, respectively. As for the Star Dragon Nation, there was no news about the Dragon Emperor. After thinking for a long time, Qin Yu's right hand touched the immemorial secret curse on the altar. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Immediately, the immemorial secret curse vibrated and the battle dragon True Yuan in Qin Yu's body was devoured. Qin Yu did not stop it. Instead, he followed the flow of the True Yuan and carefully sensed the immemorial secret curse. After about half an hour, with the help of the Dragon Clan's origin bloodline power in his body, Qin Yu thoroughly understood the immemorial Dragon Clan's secret language on the bronze altar. There were a total of 397 secret words of the Dragon Clan, and each of them contained a different kind of power. Seal. Qin Yu formed a hand seal with both hands. The Battle Dragon Dao technique's True Yuan turned into threads of light and spread through all the secret curse words. Qin Yu was still unable to decipher the power contained in the secret curse words. Therefore, he used a secret technique to seal all the secret curse words separately. He would think of a way to decipher them in the future when he had the chance. Rumble. The moment the secret curse words left the bronze altar, the blue horn that had been sealed suddenly erupted with a monstrous cold aura. The power was so strong that the entire Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb shook and the air froze. The degree of coldness was comparable to AOD's Heaven and Earth seal. Dragon Chi derivation technique. 5 gods subduing sky formation. 8 trigrams battle dragon array. Qin Yu, who was already prepared, immediately split into 3 figures. At the same time, the 2 strongest ancient killing arrays that Qin Yu possessed were both set up. With the bronze altar as the center, the area within a few hundred kilometers was completely sealed off. If an ordinary Emperor Realm Master stepped inside, they would definitely be killed instantly. Chapter 588. Qin Yu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the double killing formation had successfully blocked the chilly aura. Everything was as he had expected. The power of the blue horn was not strong enough to require an ancient emperor to suppress it. With Qin Yu's current cultivation, the double killing formation was more than enough to suppress it. Under Qin Yu's control, the 5 God subduing sky formation and the 8 trigrams battle dragon formation shrunk. One could clearly see that the chilling aura emitted by the chilling horn was continuously being compressed and shrunk. When the chilly aura was compressed to a certain limit, Qin Yu suddenly attacked. He slapped his palm onto that gloomy cold horn. Countless mysterious runes spread out from Qin Yu's palm in an instant, covering the entire gloomy cold horn. The cold horn, which had been emitting waves of cold energy, immediately quieted down. Qin Yu grabbed that gloomy cold single horn and carefully inspected it at a close distance. The horn was covered with profound frost runes. Those runes seemed to be naturally formed and did not have any traces of carving. At first glance, they did not seem to be any different from beast runes. However, those profound frost runes contained an incomparably terrifying wave of cold qi. This is not a Tao technique from the heaven domain. After observing carefully, Qin Yu's eyes flashed with shock. The chilly aura from those mysterious runes was completely different from the Tao techniques of the heaven domain. Although there were millions of Tao techniques in the heaven domain, Qin Yu had not come into contact with all of them. However, the Tao techniques from outside the heaven domain and the Tao techniques from the heaven domain gave off completely different auras. That feeling was akin to fire and ice. Without even looking at it, one could clearly sense it. Wasn't this horn from the heavenly domain? That meant that the giant chilling beast on the chilling plains was also not from the heaven domain. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Qin Yu's mind. After a long while, Qin Yu finally got rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. Qin Yu was still too far away from all of this. There was no need to think about it. He would only have time to explore it after his cultivation recovered and he avenged the 12 ancient emperors. Pung. After another 3 months, an extremely terrifying fluctuation appeared from the divine dragon ancient seal. Qin Yu looked into the ancient seal and realized that the dragon soul had completely merged with the dragon emperor's heaven soul. Now, the dragon soul had already turned into a huge ball of light, and its figure could not be seen at all. Only waves of extremely violent and violent fluctuations were being emitted from the ball of light of the dragon soul, wreaking havoc within the ancient seal of the divine dragon. Is it undergoing a transformation? Seeing this, Qin Yu laid down a series of ancient restrictions around him and directly entered the ancient divine dragon seal. Because their souls were connected, Qin Yu could roughly sense that the dragon soul's current situation was on the verge of metamorphosis. Just in case, Qin Yu felt that it was better to protect Qin Yu from the side. As for AOD, it was still in a meditative state. No one knew when it would wake up. However, as time passed, AOD's aura grew more and more terrifying. Although it had yet to break through to the divine emperor realm, once it awakened, it would definitely be well prepared. As the dragon's soul underwent a metamorphosis and Qin Yu protected it, time slowly passed. Roar! On this day, Qin Yu, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. Almost instantly, a deafening dragon's roar rang out. Waves of destructive tornadoes swept through half of the ancient divine dragon seal space. Those destructive tornadoes were formed by the substantial dragon qi. At the center of the dragon aura, a tall figure with a magnificent dragon aura appeared. It was the dragon soul in human form. It actually directly broke through to the divine emperor realm. The moment he saw the dragon soul, Qin Yu's eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light. After merging with the dragon emperor's heaven soul, the dragon soul's cultivation had improved greatly. far beyond Qin Yu's expectations. From the third-grade Emperor realm to the Divine Emperor realm. One could imagine how astonishing such a leap was. Qin Yu smiled. With Pan Hong, he now had the battle strength of 2 divine emperors. And Qin Yu's battle strength was not afraid of a divine emperor realm. With Qin Yu's current strength, it was enough for him to take action. You have refined the Umbra illusion dragon? After the dragon soul withdrew the dragon chi tornadoes, it appeared in front of Qin Yu. After sensing for a while, it understood. The dragon's soul had already sensed that Qin Yu's cultivation had not only reached the 7th grade Emperor realm. The main dragon vein and sub-dragon vein had also far surpassed that of his previous life. For such a situation to occur, it could only be that Qin Yu had refined the dragon clan's bloodline. Ao Di should not have done it, so it could only be Ao Ing. Is there any clue about this blue horn in the Dragon Emperor's heaven soul? Qin Yu nodded. With a move of his right hand, the sealed blue horn appeared and asked the dragon soul, Qin, you had always been interested in this blue horn. There really is. The dragon's soul nodded with a grave expression when it saw the dark blue horn. This dark blue horn was the horn of an exotic beast from the outer realm, the Azure Ice Beast. Back then, the Dragon Emperor's death was inseparable from this Azure Ice Beast. According to the Dragon Emperor's information, after the Dragon Emperor passed the Death Dragon Tribulation and successfully crossed the bloodline limit, he stepped onto the immortal-seeking ancient road. In the end, he met the Azure Ice Beast on the starry ancient road. The Dragon Emperor and the Azure Ice Beast both wanted to devour each other's bloodline power, so a great battle broke out. In the end, the Azure Ice Beast's horn was chopped off by the Dragon Emperor, and the Dragon Emperor was severely injured by the Azure Ice Beast. More importantly, the Azure Ice Beast was already injured at that time. Under such circumstances, the Dragon Emperor was still defeated by the Azure Ice Beast. Not long after, the Dragon Emperor, whose origin was injured, passed away in the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. Azure Ice Beast? Exotic beast? Qin Yu's expression turned serious after learning the information that the Dragon Emperor had left behind from the Dragon Soul's memories. The Azure Ice Beast that the Dragon Emperor had mentioned was most likely the giant dark frost beast that he had vaguely seen in the gloomy plains. To be able to severely injure the Dragon Emperor, who had become an immortal grey dragon and was at his peak while he was injured, the Azure Ice Beast had to be extremely powerful. The strength of the Azure Ice Beast was simply immeasurable. I'm afraid we'll have to move Long Hao out of the gloomy plains. The dragon's soul said to Qin Yu, since there was such a terrifying existence in the gloomy plains, it was not appropriate for Long Hao to remain frozen in the gloomy plains. No one knew when the Azure Ice Beast would go berserk. If something happened, Long Hao would be in danger. Indeed. Qin Yu nodded. After returning, he had to deal with Long Hao's matter first. Although the curse in Long Hao's body was troublesome, the Azure Ice Beast was an unstable volcano. It was better to stay away from it. It's time to leave. At this thought, Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul left the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. It had been more than a year since he had first entered the Void Realm. He wondered how Pam Hong and Taishu Kong were doing. Chapter 589. 7 days later, at the border of the East Continent, outside an ancient city. What's going on? Qin Yu hid in the void and looked at the ancient city with a strange look in his eyes. At this moment, hundreds of Emperor Realm Masters, led by 3 Saint Emperors, flew out of the ancient city and disappeared in an instant. There are 3 divine emperors in this ancient city. When the Dragon Soul appeared beside Qin Yu, it was also surprised. Although the martial Tao level in the East Continent was higher than in the spiritual state, divine emperors were not everywhere. Only the immortal sacred lands that had ancient emperors would have many divine emperors. Given the remote location of this ancient city, there should not be 3 divine emperors. Let's enter the city first. Qin Yu's figure flashed and entered the ancient city. Before leaving the endless abyss, Qin Yu sent a secret message to Pan Hong and Tai Shu Kong. At this time, Pan Hong and Tai Shu Kong should have arrived in the city. Master. Sure enough, just as Qin Yu entered the city, Pan Hong and Tai Shu Kong immediately came to greet him. Seeing Qin Yu, who had disappeared for a year, appear again, Pan Hong and Tai Shu Kong heaved a sigh of relief. Although they knew that Qin Yu had many tricks up his sleeves, Qin Yu's cultivation had not recovered to its peak. They were really worried that Qin Yu would be in danger. Have you investigated the ancient emperor's forces in the east and south continents? Qin Yu went straight to the point and asked, We've already investigated everything. Furthermore, we've already made arrangements. Pan Hong and Tai Shu Kong nodded and said, In the past year, they had not dared to slack off and had been preparing for the task that Qin Yu had asked them to do. As he spoke, Pan Hong immediately took out a piece of crystal stone. In addition to the east and south continents, Pan Hong and Tai Shu Kong had also investigated the ancient emperors in the central and northwest continents. In Qin Yu's previous life, the 12 ancient emperors who had besieged Qin Yu were Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian, God Emperor Jixia, Sacred Beast Emperor Wang, Great Sun Heavenly Emperor, Dragon Tiger Emperor, God Emperor Xian Yu, 7-star Ancient Emperor, Emperor Qi Yu, North Emperor Luan Bei, Emperor God Tianyuan, Emperor Dian. For symbols Tao Emperor. Because the sacrificial evil God Emperor went missing, the sacrificial evil God dynasty was annihilated by Qin Yu. Among the other 11 ancient emperors, the forces of Dragon Tiger Emperor, Emperor God Tianyuan, and 7-star Ancient Emperor were located in East Continent. The orthodoxies of Emperor God Xian Yu, Supreme Emperor Qi Yu, and Emperor Taiyan were located in the South region. Demon Saint King Emperor and Great Sun Celestial Emperor. One had a half-demon body, while the other had the bloodline of the demon race. Their forces were a mix of humans and demons. Their orthodoxies were established in the West Continent and the North Continent, respectively. The Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor, the North Monarch Luan Bei, and the 4 symbols Tao Emperor were located in the strongest central continent. The 3 ancient emperors were the cream of the crop among the 12 ancient emperors in terms of foundation and cultivation. It seems like other than the sacrificial evil god dynasty, the other ancient emperors didn't change much. After seeing all the detailed information on the ancient emperor, Qin Yu's eyes flashed coldly. Ever since he had awakened from his reincarnation, Qin Yu had never slacked off in his cultivation. Now his path of revenge was about to officially begin. Oh, yes. Did anything happen in East Continent recently? After keeping the crystal, Qin Yu asked Pan Hong and Tai Shu Kong. The scene that he had seen when he entered the city had caught Qin Yu's attention. Master, I was just about to talk to you about this. Pan Hong's face was solemn as he said, Recently there are signs of an invasion by the extraterritorial demon race. Although he had found out about the ancient emperor forces in East Continent, it was still a crucial moment. If Qin Yu wanted to take action against the ancient emperors, it would be troublesome. After all, the 9 continents of the Heaven Domain were in turmoil. If he started an internal conflict, he would definitely be accused of colluding with the extraterritorial demon race. The extraterritorial demon race is invading. Qin Yu squinted his eyes when he heard that. Although he was surprised, Qin Yu was not too surprised. Qin Yu knew that the extraterritorial demon race would definitely take action against the 9 continents of the Heaven Domain. It seemed that after more than a year, the extraterritorial demon race felt that the time was ripe. Are there any movements from the ancient emperors? Qin Yu could control and refine the primordial divine power, so he was not too concerned about the invasion of the extraterritorial demon race. The 9 continents of the Heaven Domain had fought against the extraterritorial demon race for several martial epochs, and they had encountered countless invasions. Even if the extraterritorial demon race had prepared the primordial divine power as a killer move, it would not be that easy for them to dominate the 9 continents of the Heaven Domain. On the contrary, Qin Yu felt that the invasion of the extraterritorial demon race was a good opportunity to make use of. According to the information that we have gathered, among the 11 ancient emperors, only Ghost Emperor Zhentian has not appeared. Other than him, the other ancient emperors, including Xinglua, have all appeared in the spiritual state. Pam Hong and Taishu Kong had naturally found out about this long ago. Even Xinglua has gone. Qin Yu's eyes flickered with a thoughtful look. It seemed that the extraterritorial demon race's lineup was not to be underestimated this time. Pam Hong continued to deploy troops in the East Continent. Little Kong, I will leave the South Continent to you. As for the extraterritorial demon race, don't get involved. After pondering for a while, Qin Yu said to Pam Hong and Taishu Kong, if Xinglua and the 10 ancient emperors had all gone to the spiritual state, it would not be appropriate for Pam Hong and Taishu Kong to act together with Qin Yu. After all, it was hard to say for sure about the other ancient emperors, but Xinglua would definitely recognize Pam Hong and Taishu Kong. However, Qin Yu's identity in the spiritual state's heavenly imperial palace could be put to good use again. All right. Pam Hong and Taishu Kong also understood Qin Yu's concerns and did not request to follow him. Although Pam Hong's cultivation had reached the divine sovereign realm, he once again felt a strong sense of pressure in front of the current Qin Yu. It could be seen that Qin Yu's strength had greatly improved in the year that he had disappeared. Before that, I have to make a trip to the cold plain. Qin Yu did not immediately depart for the spiritual state. He had to make arrangements for Long Hao. The cold plain. Master, has there been any progress in the ghost curse in junior brother's body? Taishu Kong's eyes lit up. His third junior brother had cultivated under Qin Yu together, and their relationship was far better than that of ordinary disciples. That's not it. It's just that there are some new developments in the cold plain. Qin Yu told Pam Hong and Taishu Kong about the blue ice beast. Of course, Qin Yu was not very sure about the blue ice beast, so naturally, he was not very sure about what he said. The cold plain is actually hiding such a creature? Pam Hong and Taishu Kong were greatly shocked and found it hard to believe. An existence that surpassed the 9th tier of the martial path. Wouldn't that be equivalent to the ancient immortals of the primordial age? Let's go to the cold plain first and move Long Hao out, Qin Yu said, and the three immediately disappeared from the ancient city. Whoosh! Whoosh! Qin Yu, Pam Hong, and Taishu Kong once again descended on the cold plain and went straight to where Long Hao was sitting. However, suddenly, the expression of Qin Yu, who was flying, slightly changed. Immediately, he hid himself in the void. Someone's there. Pam Hong also instantly noticed and focused his senses. Chapter 590. This fluctuation seems to be from the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. In the divine dragon ancient seal, the dragon soul sensed for a moment, and a strange light flashed in its eyes. Ghost Emperor Holy Island, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. Did the Ghost Emperor Zhentian already know that Long Hao was frozen here? If so, why didn't they make a move? Judging from the fact that those people had been hiding in the Netherworld cold cave, it was more like they were waiting for an ambush. Thinking of this, Qin Yu couldn't help but look at Pam Hong and Taishu Kong. If the Ghost Emperor Holy Island wanted to use Long Hao to ambush someone, it could only be Pam Hong and Taishu Kong. Of course, there was another possibility, which was that the Ghost Emperor Zhentian knew that Qin Yu had been reincarnated. However, this possibility was very small. If the Ghost Emperor Zhentian really knew that he was still alive, it would be more than just divine emperors lying in ambush here. 2 low-level divine emperors and 10 top-level divine emperors. After a long while, Qin Yu sensed the cultivation of those people lurking around the Netherworld cold cave. If it was a year ago, Qin Yu wouldn't have been able to do anything to them. But now, Qin Yu, the dragon soul, and Pam Hong's cultivation had greatly improved. A low-level saint, great emperor venerable, was no threat to them. Immediately, Qin Yu restrained his aura and took action secretly. Not long after, Qin Yu had set up an inescapable net within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Qin Yu did this not because he needed to borrow the power of the array, but because he didn't want those people to escape. Although Pam Hong had a strong foundation, he could only defeat a divine emperor at most. If he wanted to kill a divine emperor, he had to make it so that they had no way to escape. Otherwise, if a divine emperor wanted to escape, even if his cultivation was higher, it would be difficult to kill him. As for the dragon soul, Qin Yu didn't have to worry much. Since refining the dragon emperor's celestial soul, the dragon soul's cultivation had improved greatly, which shocked Qin Yu. Low-level divine emperors shouldn't be difficult for the dragon soul. While Qin Yu was setting up the absolute death array, outside the netherworld cold cave, a muscular man in a purple robe with a ferocious gaze suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up and looked suspiciously at the cold plains where the bone-chilling wind was howling. Looking at the insignia on this person's body, he was from one of the overlords of the central continent, the Ghost Emperor's sacred island. Elder Zhao Ke, is there anything unusual? Seeing this, the 10 top emperors immediately gathered together cautiously. Beside the fierce man named Zhao Quebec, an old man with white hair and beard who was sitting cross-legged in a hemp robe, slowly opened his eyes. Elder Tianhuan, do you feel a special sense of oppression? Zhao Ke looked at the hemp-robed old man. As he spoke, a broken blade appeared in each of his hands. The 2 broken blades were covered with ancient Tao runes and emitted an ancient and heavy aura. A special sense of oppression? The wrinkled face of the linen-clothed old man called Tianhuan trembled as pitch-black, ghostly qi rose from his turbid eyes. The ghost qi seeped out of his body and into the cold wind in the surrounding void before dissipating with the wind. Someone has set up a spirit array. After about half an hour, Tianhuan's face darkened. It was obvious that someone was secretly targeting them. Sneaky scoundrel, come out! Zhao Ke angrily roared. The sound waves were like waves, one after another, sweeping out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, the howling cold wind was completely shattered into pieces. In an instant, a huge open space appeared on the cold plains. This is without the bone-chilling wind raging in the sky. Even the 10 top emperors of the Ghost Emperor's sacred island were shocked. They also sensed the dense and mysterious spirit array runes in the void. This caused their expressions to change unceasingly. Just by looking at those spirit array runes, they knew how terrifying their power was. Even Zhao Ke and Tianhuan, who were divine emperors, looked a little serious, because even they could faintly feel danger from those spirit array runes. Swoosh! While the people of the Ghost Emperor's sacred island were extremely vigilant, 2 figures appeared. 2 figures appeared from the void. They were Pan Hong and Tai Shu Kong. This time, Pan Hong and Tai Shu Kong did not disguise themselves. They appeared with their true faces. It's them, right? Zhao Ke narrowed his eyes and stared at Pan Hong and Tai Shu Kong with a fierce gaze. Yes, they are Long Hao's senior brothers, the former disciples of the Dragon God Emperor. Tianhuan nodded slightly, and his turbid eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. It seemed that the information the Saint Island had received was true. Long Hao was indeed in this maze-like, dark, cold cave. As long as they captured these 2, they could kill Long Hao. The inheritance of the Dragon God Emperor would completely disappear from the 9 provinces of the Heaven Domain. You are hiding here. Are you waiting for us to arrive? Pan Hong stood in the void and looked down at Zhao Ke and Tianhuan. Tai Shu Kong's gaze fell on the 10 top-notch sovereigns. Although Tai Shu Kong's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds after switching to Qin Yu's cultivation method, however, he could not be compared to a divine sovereign. Therefore, he could only deal with top-notch sovereigns. Long Hao sneaked into the Saint Island and killed countless of our disciples. The Ghost Emperor of the Saint Island has already issued a decree that anyone who protects Long Hao will be hunted down by the Ghost Emperor's sacred island. You dare to ignore the decree of the Ghost Emperor of the Saint Island? What a touching friendship, Zhao Kei said coldly. This is the Eastern continent, not your Central continent. So, your Ghost Emperor's Saint badge is completely useless to us. A cold smile surfaced on Pan Hong's face when he heard this. You are courting death. The corners of Zhao Kei's eyes twitched. His killing intent was like a wave as it majestically swept towards Pan Hong. Then let's see who is courting death. Pan Hong snorted coldly. His aura was as sharp as a sword, and Zhao Kei's murderous intent was torn to shreds. He is also a low-level divine sovereign. Zhao Kei's eyes flashed as he saw Pan Hong's cultivation. An early-stage, Saint-grade Emperor realm, venerable, was comparable to him in terms of cultivation. However, Taishu Kong's cultivation was only that of a top-notch sovereign. On the other hand, they had 2 divine sovereigns and 10 top-notch sovereigns. Even if Pan Hong and Tianhuan had the help of the killing array, they still had a huge advantage. Cold Sky Evil Ghost. Zhao Kei turned into a blur and rushed out. The broken blades in his hands emitted a cold ghost fog, and the constant wailing of ghosts made one's hair stand on end. Celestial underworld illusion. Tianhuan, dressed in linen clothes, was covered in dazzling starlight, like a sky full of twinkling stars. It was quite a pleasing sight. However, there were clearly visible black dots in the twinkling starlight. Those black dots were like black holes. One look at them and one's soul would sink into them. Chapter 591. Cold Sky Evil Ghost and Celestial Dark Illusion were both superpowers of the Ghost Dao. One had extraordinary lethality, and the other had supreme illusion Dao. When the two were used together, they could kill people who were unprepared. Moreover, these 2 superpowers were created by Ghost Emperor Zhentian himself, and their power was extraordinary. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 10 top-tier sovereigns did not stand aside and watch the show. They moved in unison, and their auras merged into one. They vaguely formed a battle array, and their killing intent was faintly discernible. You are digging your own grave. Although Pan Hong and Taishu Kong were surrounded, they were not surprised at all. In fact, there was even a hint of cold killing intent in their eyes. Crack! Just as the Ghost Emperor Holy Island's killing move was about to hit Pan Hong and Taishu Kong, a deafening explosion sounded like a sudden clap of thunder. In the void, streaks of purple lightning fell like a downpour. The array was so fierce that it could destroy the heavens and earth. Oh no! The moment the purple lightning fell, the Ghost Emperor Holy Island and the others' faces changed drastically. They quickly changed their attacks to break the purple lightning. Rumble! Amidst the thunderous explosion, the area within a radius of a few thousand miles was covered by purple lightning, and it turned into a sea of rolling lightning. The Ghost Emperor Holy Island's people were sent flying to different parts of the void by the purple lightning. If one were to look from 1,000 feet high, they would see that an ancient array cage appeared where the Ghost Emperor Holy Island and the others were standing, and it sealed them in that part of the void. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul appeared in front of Zhao Kei and Tianhuan, respectively. As for Pan Hong and Taishu Kong, they were controlling the killing array that Qin Yu had set up to deal with the 10 top-tier sovereigns. 7th grade sovereign. Qin Yu's appearance made Zhao Kei frown slightly. He was a little surprised that Pan Hong had sent a mere 7th grade sovereign to deal with him. Wasn't that just sending him to his death? The aura of the Dragon Clan. Tianhuan stared at the Dragon Soul in amazement. This was because the Dragon Soul had a majestic dragon chi and dragon might. Without a doubt, the Dragon Soul belonged to a pure-blooded Dragon Clan creature. Moreover, the vast dragon power that the Dragon Soul exuded made Tianhuan feel threatened. Tianhuan became rather vigilant. Although the Dragon Soul's cultivation seemed to be the same as his, a divine great emperor. Its strength was far above his. Chila! Qin Yu did not waste his breath. The god-slaying sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out. The blood-red sword light flashed, and the void was directly torn apart. A deep and terrifying spatial crack appeared. This is the ancient divine weapon, the god-slaying sword. Zhao Ke actually recognized the god-slayer, and his eyes lit up. Chaos Edge Devil Kill! Zhao Ke's hands moved, and the two broken blades in his hands transformed into two streaks of black light that pierced through the air. Clang! The black light and the blood light instantly collided in midair, and an intense and ear-piercing sound of sword and saber clashing erupted. As sparks flew, Qin Yu's Godslayer sword and Zhao Ke's two broken blades were locked in a stalemate in midair, the destructive shockwaves of Taoist techniques sweeping towards them. This guy! Shock flashed across the eyes of Zhao Ke, who had executed his killing move. An enormous and terrifying strength was coming from the god-slaying sword. This strength was absolutely astonishing, and it was not something a seventh-grade emperor could possess. Qin Yu actually had the strength to match a divine great emperor. This frightening thought involuntarily appeared in Zhao Ke's mind. A seventh-grade emperor with the cultivation of a seventh-grade emperor had the strength to match a divine great emperor. This kind of amplification was a little too frightening. Dragon scales. Amidst his shock, the perceptive Zhao Ke also noticed this. Azure dragon scales had appeared on Qin Yu's right hand, covering his entire right arm. Ancient and profound dragon inscriptions appeared on these dragon scales, exuding a frightening dragon might. Dragon God tyrannical body. As he blocked Zhao Ke's attack, Qin Yu's blood energy surged. If one could see through it, they would be able to see through it. Qin Yu's blood, which has already turned a deep golden color, has a layer of golden energy condensed to protect his limbs and bones. Zhao Ke's dual blades erupted with destructive Taoist power, which was completely neutralized by the golden dragon aura. Dragon power breaks the heavens. Qin Yu's offensive did not stop. His left hand formed a fist, and azure dragon chi circled around it as he punched out. The void shattered inch by inch like ice. The void was like a giant spider web that blotted out the sun. Qin Yu's ferocious left fist was like an immemorial devil spider hunting for its prey, as it viciously locked onto Zhao Quebec, ghost god devouring spirit. Zhao Ke reacted instantly, and the boundless ghost chi in front of him surged, turning into an evil ghost chi vortex. Qin Yu's vast dragon fist was swallowed up by this ghost chi vortex. This was a defensive divine ability of the Ghost Emperor's sacred island, and it was said to be able to devour and shatter all attacks. But with a loud rumble, not only was Zhao Ke's ghost chi vortex unable to devour Qin Yu's attack, it was shattered by Qin Yu's left fist and turned into raging ghost chi. Zhao Ke could not dodge, and he was sent flying several hundred feet by the several dozen dragon chi fists, his aura clearly weakened. Of the 9 secrets of the war dragon, the dragon god tyrant body specialized in cultivating the physical body. If cultivated to the limit, the physical body could even reach the realm of immortality. With the current defense of the dragon god tyrant body, it could completely defend against the attack of a low-level saint, great emperor. And the unparalleled strength of the dragon god tyrant body could endanger a saint great emperor. Ghost emperor killing technique. Blood trickled from the corners of Zhao Ke's mouth, and his expression was extremely grave. When he saw Qin Yu swinging his sword at him, he hurriedly steadied himself and immediately used his life-saving move. Above Zhao Ke's head, a giant ghost chi phantom appeared, covering the sky and soaring majestically. Following that, Zhao Ke thrust his hands toward Qin Yu. The giant ghost chi phantom also suddenly sent 2 palms at Qin Yu. Under the pressure of the ghostly shadow, the entire void was completely crushed apart. Looks like your status on the Ghost Emperor Holy Island isn't low. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a cold light. In his previous life, he had fought many times with the Ghost Emperor Jin. Naturally, he was familiar with the Ghost Emperor Jin killing technique. The Ghost Emperor killing technique had a glorious record of killing ancient emperors. Unfortunately, Zhao Ke obviously only had a superficial understanding of it. Although he had the cultivation of a saint-grade emperor, he was completely unable to unleash the true power of this killing technique. Azure Dragon fighting the heavens. Heaven-devouring dragon seal. Qin Yu's gaze was as sharp as a sword, and there was a golden dragon shadow rolling in the depths of his eyes. Qin Yu, who had used all 3 secret arts of the war dragon, had an imposing aura, and his cultivation of a 7th-grade emperor was completely raised to the saint-grade emperor realm. Die! With a sharp and deafening sword whistle, Qin Yu seemed to have become one with his sword, turning into a bloody light that pierced through the air. Rumble! The Ghost Emperor immortal killing technique that Zhao Ke used was pierced through by Qin Yu's crimson-colored sword ray. That 1,000-foot-long ghost aura silhouette instantly shattered and exploded. Impossible! Seeing this, Zhao Ke's pupil shrank, and his face turned pale with fear and despair. Pucci! Without waiting for Zhao Ke to react, Qin Yu directly split him apart with a sword strike. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. His saint soul was sealed. Chapter 592. A divine emperor was easily killed by Qin Yu when he used the 9 esotericas of the war dragon. Although Qin Yu had used the 9 esotericas of the war dragon, he had not displayed his true combat strength. If news of this were to spread, many people would be shocked. Roar! At this moment, a loud dragon roar sounded, shaking the 9 heavens and sweeping thousands of miles. Qin Yu tilted his head and saw that in the distant void, the battle with the dragon soul was also coming to an end. Tian Huan's cultivation was slightly stronger than Zhao Ke's, but there was a limit to it. Under the current dragon soul, he was naturally no match for it and was easily suppressed. With Zhao Ke and Tian Huan suppressed, the fate of the 10 top sovereigns of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island was obvious. Taishu Kong's strength was at the peak of the top sovereigns, and Pan Hong's cultivation was close to the mid-level of the Divine Emperor. Coupled with the monstrous killing array set up by Qin Yu, the 10 top sovereigns were killed one after another. Seeing this, Qin Yu did not hesitate in the slightest. He immediately began to search and refine Zhao Ke's saint soul. But in the next moment, Qin Yu frowned slightly. Kakik! Vaguely, there was a strange, ghostly laughter. There was an ancient ghost curse in Zhao Ke's saint soul. When Qin Yu's soul power invaded and was about to search Zhao Ke's soul, the ancient ghost curse immediately exploded. Countless extremely ferocious evil spirits containing unparalleled ghost power appeared. Those evil spirits roared and raged, and in an instant, Zhao Ke's saint soul was completely devoured. Then those ferocious evil spirits turned into ghost curses and spontaneously combusted. Had it not been for Qin Yu's quick reaction, it was likely that Zhao Ke's emperor's body would have been burnt to a crisp. Soul-controlling ghost curse? Qin Yu's eyes flashed slightly. He was no stranger to those ferocious evil spirits. This was a unique secret technique of the Ghost Emperor Jin, which could completely control a person's soul. However, Qin Yu did not expect that there would be a ghost curse in the soul sea of the divine emperors of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. He even used a ghost curse to control his own people. The Ghost Emperor Jin is as ruthless as ever. With the sound of wind breaking, the dragon's soul and Pan Hong Taishu Kong flew over. In their hands, they were all carrying the corpses of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. But there were no soul fluctuations in those corpses at all. Obviously, these people's emperor souls were also spontaneously combusted by those ghost curses. It doesn't matter. In any case, I won't go to the central province for the time being. Although it was a pity, he could not get any detailed information of the ghost Emperor Jin. However, Qin Yu's current focus was still to deal with those ancient emperors from the eastern continent. As for the heaven-suppressing ghost emperor and the other ancient emperors of the central plains, Qin Yu had plenty of time to investigate them in the future. After the skeleton ghost king devoured Zhao Ke and Tianhuan, as well as the corpses of the 10 peak experts, Qin Yu did not hesitate. He immediately rushed into the netherworld cold cave. Ghost Emperor Zhentian might have noticed that 2 divine emperors had died. Right now, Qin Yu had to immediately move Long Hao away. The situation was exactly as Qin Yu had anticipated. At practically the same moment when Zhao Ke, Tianhuan, and them ignited their holy souls, East Continent, Ghost Emperor Holy Island. In a bone palace filled with ghost qi, a figure that was sitting cross-legged in meditation suddenly opened his eyes. He was surrounded by a dense, ghostly aura. A strong suction force appeared. In an instant, all the dense ghost qi was absorbed by the meditating figure. That person was wearing an ancient black robe. His eyes were gloomy and cold. Ghost runes covered his face. This person was none other than the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor, who was famous in the central continent. Something happened to the people of the cold plains. Who is it? Ghost Emperor Zhentian's deep and cold eyes flashed with a gloomy light. After thinking for a moment, Ghost Emperor Zhentian stood up. His figure flashed and disappeared from the bone palace. At this time, Qin Yu, Taishu Kong, and Taishu Kong had already arrived at the place where Long Hao was sealed. Master, what should we do about the ghost curse in Junior Brother's body? After calling Long Hao out, Taishu Kong and Pan Hong both looked at Qin Yu. In order to suppress Long Hao's condition, they had tried countless methods. In the end, they found that the cold ghost qi in the cold nether cave could suppress the power of the ghost curse. Don't worry, I have a way. Qin Yu flicked his finger, and the cold ghost qi around Long Hao's body dissipated. Immediately, Long Hao's body shook violently. Shocking ghost runes spread out layer by layer. It was extremely terrifying. The ghost runes were so powerful that even the indestructible sword qi in Long Hao's body could not suppress them. Almost at the same time those ghost runes appeared, Qin Yu flicked his finger again. A gloomy cold horn appeared in Qin Yu's hand. As Qin Yu slightly broke the seal, a dense fog-like cold ghost qi immediately swept out. Seal! Qin Yu's heart moved, and all the cold ghost qi covered Long Hao's body. In the blink of an eye, Long Hao was completely sealed in ice. Even the space around him was frozen. Looking at it, Long Hao was like a piece of blue crystal that was several feet large. Roar! Suddenly, a faint roar of a beast could be heard from far away. Along with the beast's roar came a terrifying pressure that seemed to have materialized. What's that? Could it be that an ancient Emperor Realm expert has come? Taishu Kong and Pan Hong's faces changed drastically. The aura that swept over caused them to feel a sense of trepidation. It felt as if they were facing an enraged ancient Emperor Realm expert. Azure Ice Beast, is it? Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul's expressions were somewhat serious. That blue Qian Ice Beast was a living being that could kill even the former Dragon Emperor. Even an ancient Emperor Realm expert would not be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with it. Let's go! Without hesitation, the runes on Qin Yu's palm spread out, and he immediately created a teleportation array to leave. Rumble! Not long after Qin Yu and the other two teleported away, a destructive cold hurricane came. The labyrinthine cold cave that was thousands of miles deep was directly shattered by the cold hurricane. A huge crater that was tens of thousands of miles wide appeared on the cold plain, as if a meteorite had crashed down. Within the chilly hurricane, there was a 1,000-meter-tall ice beast that looked like a towering mountain peak. This giant ice beast seemed to be made of deep blue ice. Its entire body was translucent and glittered with a deep cold light. This giant ice beast was the Azure Ice Beast. After the Azure Ice Beast appeared, its eyes that were like a lake that was filled with cold, ghost chi fell on a certain spot. That place was the place where Chi Nu took out the gloomy, frigid single horn and sealed long how in ice. The Blue Qian Ice Beast had sensed the aura of the gloomy, cold horn and immediately moved over. Unfortunately, the Azure Ice Beast's speed was too slow. Before Chi Nu came, he had expected this to happen, so he had teleported away. Just as the Azure Ice Beast was about to leave, its huge eyes suddenly looked in a certain direction. Its eyes that were filled with cold, ghost chi flashed with a sharp light. Whoosh! After a few breaths, a sharp sound broke through the air, and a gloomy ghost chi swept across the sky. Immediately, the frost plains were divided into two worlds by the frost hurricanes and the rolling ghost chi. The person who had broken through the air was naturally the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor, who had used the teleportation array left in the East Continent on the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island. Chapter 593. This pressure. Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian's pupils constricted when he saw the Blue Qian Ice Beast. Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian felt a terrifying pressure from the mountain-like Blue Qian Ice Beast. The pressure was so strong that even Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian, who was in the ancient emperor realm, felt his heart palpitate. Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian found it hard to believe. One had to know that his cultivation was at the peak of the ancient emperor realm. Even so, the Blue Qian Ice Beast still made his heart palpitate. How strong was the Blue Qian Ice Beast? Had it surpassed the 9th realm of the martial path? Creatures from the outer domain. A thought flashed through Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian's mind. Although the outer domain and the outer domain did not sound different, they had two completely different meanings. The outer domain referred to the territory of the outer domain demon race, just like the 9 prefectures of the heaven domain. The outer domain referred to the outer domain demon race and the 9 prefectures of the heaven domain. Very little was known about the outer domain, whether it was the 9 prefectures of the heaven domain or the outer domain demon race. They were extremely mysterious. However, according to the ancient records, creatures from the outer domain had appeared in the history of the heaven domain and the outer domain. Those creatures from the outer domain included the human race, the alien race, and even the divine weapons and immortal herbs. But without exception, all living beings that came from the outer realm possessed shocking strength. Thinking of this, Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian looked at the Blue Qian Ice Beast with a burning gaze. The martial path in the 9 prefectures of the heaven domain was extremely prosperous, and the combat strength of the ancient emperor realm was gradually approaching that of the ancient era. However, no ancient emperor realm expert had reached the limit of the ancient emperor realm and could surpass the 9th realm of the martial path. In the past 1,000 years of the heaven domain, only one person had the potential to surpass the limit of the martial path. That person was the Dragon God Emperor who was at the peak of the ancient emperor realm in the past. Other than that, neither Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian nor Xing Luo, who was ranked first in the emperor realm, had reached the limit of the martial path. Therefore, the Blue Qian Ice Beast was definitely a creature from the outer domain. This was why Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian was so excited. It was the first time Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian had seen a real creature from the outer domain. If he could capture the Blue Qian Ice Beast, he might be able to explore the path of cultivation after the 9th realm of the martial path. Roar! While the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor was lost in his thoughts, the Azure Ice Beast seemed to have sensed his hostility. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the chilly hurricane suddenly howled and swept across the entire sky. Within the ghastly cold hurricane, there were a myriad of ghastly cold ancient talismans that were condensed and fluttering madly. In the next moment, all of the ancient cold talismans shot toward Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian at full speed. Ghost Waste Secret Seal, unseal. Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian narrowed his eyes, but he didn't step back. An ancient seal appeared in each of his hands. The 2 ancient seals were completely black and covered with countless mysterious, ghostly patterns. They exuded a vast aura of the ghost race. Myriad ghosts devour the heavens. After unsealing the Ghost Dao ancient seal, Ghost Emperor Zhentian yelled, and two almost undetectable cracking sounds were heard. Following that, countless strange cries of ghosts could be heard as the two Ghost Dao ancient seals exploded with a loud boom. Countless evil spirits soared into the sky, accurately blocking the ancient talismans that were shooting toward them. Rumble, the ghastly cold talismans and the thousands of evil spirits clashed in the air, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. The crater that was tens of thousands of miles wide on the ghastly plains was rapidly expanding. Ghost Emperor Jintian was the strongest existence among the ancient emperors in the sky region. The Azure Ice Beast was the being that had killed the Dragon Emperor, who had created the Eternal Dragon Nation. The battle between the two of them could be said to have destroyed the heavens and the earth. Everything within 1,000,000 miles was completely destroyed. Luckily, there weren't many people on the ghastly plains. If it were anywhere else, it would be a disaster. At this moment, Qin Yu and the others, who had already teleported away from the ghastly plains, sensed the commotion. Roar! After exchanging several blows, the Azure Ice Beast suddenly roared toward the sky, and an icy blue divine light pierced through the air. Not good. Ghost Emperor Zhentian's eyes narrowed as he immediately used his ultimate move to fight back. However, the Azure Ice Beast was obviously going all out with this move. Wherever the icy blue divine light passed, the void was destroyed. The ghostly mist around Ghost Emperor Zhentian was destroyed inch by inch, and a huge bloody hole appeared on his body. Myriad Ghost Dao. The moment he was attacked, Ghost Emperor Jintian formed a hand seal, and his entire body exploded into millions of wisps of ghostly mist. It is indeed an outer region Dao power that surpasses the sky region Dao power, but Ghost Qi condensed in the void thousands of miles away from the Azure Ice Beast, and Ghost Emperor Zhentian appeared. Ghost Emperor Zhentian's face was pale, and his aura was weak. It was obvious that he was severely injured. However, Ghost Emperor Zhentian's eyes flashed. He didn't know what had happened. Ghost escape technique. When he saw the Azure Ice Beast glowing with blue light again, Ghost Emperor Zhentian immediately fled. Ghost Emperor Zhentian was one of the strongest ancient emperors in the sky region. However, he couldn't do anything in front of the Azure Ice Beast. In an instant, Ghost Emperor Zhentian, who had used his life-saving technique, released a ghostly mist that blocked everyone's vision. When the Azure Ice Beast dispersed the ghostly mist, Ghost Emperor Zhentian was already gone. The Azure Ice Beast looked in the direction of Ghost Emperor Zhentian, and then looked in the direction that Qin Yu had been teleported to. After a while, the Azure Ice Beast turned into a beam of cold light and disappeared into the depths of the cold plains. As the cold blue wind howled and swept across, the battlefield that was once 1,000,000 kilometers wide was about to revert back to a land of ice. Looks like the battle is over. At this moment, Qin Yu jumped down from the top of a giant mountain outside the cold plains. Judging from the ripple, Ghost Emperor Jintian must have come personally. I wonder who won the battle. The dragon's soul beside Qin Yu asked curiously. Not only was it curious about Ghost Emperor Zhentian's cultivation, but it was also curious about the strength of the Azure Ice Beast. Unless Ghost Emperor Zhentian has broken through the limits of the ancient Emperor realm, he won't be a match for the Azure Ice Beast. Qin Yu said, Ghost Emperor Zhentian was indeed one of the strongest in the sky region. However, compared to the Blue Qian Ice Beast, there was a huge gap. After all, the Azure Ice Beast was an existence that had killed the Dragon Emperor, who had become an immortal grade dragon. An ancient Emperor realm cultivator wouldn't be able to fight against such a powerful being. Qin Yu did not return to the Sacred Dragon sect after flying away from the mountain peak. Although Pam Hong's identity in the Sacred Dragon sect shouldn't have been discovered. But just in case, Qin Yu redeployed to a remote and safe place. With Qin Yu's Emperor realm cultivation, even an ancient Emperor realm cultivator wouldn't be able to detect his array. 3 days later, in the Array rune cave. Boom! An extremely tyrannical aura swept out, colliding with the surrounding runes, causing them to tremble incessantly. Qinyu, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes and looked ahead. Peak 9th Grade Emperor Realm. In front of Qinyu was the Skeleton Ghost King with flesh and blood. The Skeleton Ghost King was the source of the terrifying aura. Chapter 594. Qinyu was a little surprised to see the Skeleton Ghost King's cultivation increase. The Ghost Emperor Holy Island had 2 divine emperors and 10 top-notch emperors. The Skeleton Ghost King's cultivation had only broken through from the peak of the 8th grade Emperor Realm to the peak of the 9th grade Emperor Realm. This meant that it had only broken through by 1 level. Qinyu originally thought that the Skeleton Ghost King would at least be able to break through to the Divine Emperor Realm. However, the speed of the Skeleton Ghost King's cultivation was far from what Qinyu had expected. Swoosh! Qinyu was about to explore the Skeleton Ghost King's body when a voice transmission talisman came. Master, the extraterritorial demon races, 4 royal families and 9 royal families have all gathered at the ancient battlefield. After crushing the voice transmission talisman, Pan Hong's solemn voice sounded. The 4 royal families and 9 royal families have all moved out? The dragon's soul appeared and asked in surprise. The extraterritorial realm was much larger than the Qingyan realm, and there were countless demons. However, among all the demons, the 4 royal families and 9 royal families were the most powerful. It could be said that these 13 royal families ruled over all the extraterritorial demon race. Now, these 13 overlords had all moved out and were preparing to invade the 9 states of the Qingyan realm. It was not an exaggeration to say that the extraterritorial demon race had moved out in full force. It seems that the extraterritorial demon race's invasion, this time, can't be underestimated. Qinyu's eyes flickered slightly. He had not spread the news about the primordial divine power. In the entire spiritual state, only the heavenly imperial palace knew about it. The extraterritorial demon race had moved out in full force. It was obvious that the plan of the primordial divine power had been completed. From Pan Hong's information, the Qingyan realm seemed to have known about it long ago. This time, the lineup was extremely shocking. The top powerhouses of the 9 states had all moved out. However, if the forces of the 9 states of the Qingyan realm did not know about the primordial divine power, they would definitely suffer a great loss. The 9 states of the Qingyan realm and the extraterritorial demon race had a blood feud that could not be resolved for tens of thousands of years. If there was a chance, both sides would want to completely wipe each other out and end it once and for all. Therefore, once the extraterritorial demon race's invasion succeeded, what awaited the Qingyan realm would be a disaster. This time, will the 10,000 monarch battle repeat itself? The dragon soul had followed Qinyu in his previous life and experienced countless dangers and battles. However, he had only encountered fatal danger twice. This time, it was naturally when Xing Luo had betrayed him and joined forces with the 12 ancient emperors in the immortal god graveyard. The other time was the 10,000 emperors' war between the 9 continents of the heaven domain and the extraterritorial demon race. What was the scale of that battle? Only divine emperors were qualified to participate in the battle. The so-called 10,000 emperors were all ancient emperors and divine emperors. That battle could be said to be the biggest loss the Qingyan realm had suffered in the past 10,000 years. Of course, it was the same for the Xeno race as well. After that great war, the 9 continents of the Heaven Realm and the extraterritorial demon clan had enjoyed hundreds of years of peace. During the 10,000 Thearchs War, Qinyu was surrounded by a few extraterritorial devil races, divine ancestors. Although Qinyu had killed several sacred ancestors by himself, he had also suffered fatal injuries. If Xing Luo had not saved him, Qinyu would have died in that battle. It was because of that life-or-death relationship that Qinyu had been betrayed by Xing Luo. Let's go take a look first. Qinyu threw this question to the back of his mind. Even if the sky collapsed, there would be someone tall to hold it up. The ones who would have a headache were the top ancient emperors of the heaven domain. The primordial divine power had appeared for so long that the people of the 9 continents of the heaven domain should have noticed it. Immediately, Qin Yu left the formation cave and rushed to the spirit state. Heaven domain, spirit state. At the border of the spirit state, there was a barren area that covered tens of millions of miles. That area was filled with murky air currents. From the murky air currents, one could sense the pure spiritual qi and detect the evil demonic qi. This was the spiritual qi of the heaven domain and the demonic qi of the extraterritorial realm. The heaven domain cultivators could not absorb this spiritual qi, and the Xeno race could not refine it. If they absorbed it, it would interfere with their true qi and demonic qi. This barren area was called the demon spirit territory. After passing through this demon spirit hell, one would reach the extraterritorial battlefield. The extraterritorial battlefield's environment was even more cruel and harsh than the demon spirit territory. Even martial emperors could not stay in the extraterritorial battlefield for long. At the very least, one needed to be at the emperor realm to be able to go to the extraterritorial battlefield. In the sky of the demon spirit territory, ancient palaces and buildings floated. From those palaces and buildings, there was a monstrous aura that spread out. It caused the void within a radius of millions of miles to be suppressed by that aura. Under those palaces, there was a dense array of ancient runes that separated the demon's spirit chi. One could clearly see that there were countless figures in those ancient runes. Those figures were arranged neatly, and at a glance, there was no end to them. These were the cultivators of the 9 continents of the heaven domain. The terrifying aura of those palaces and buildings naturally belonged to the top masters of the 9 continents of the heaven domain. At this moment, in one of the palaces, there were 39 ancient emperors gathered together. If Qin Yu was here, he would definitely recognize them as the old faces from thousands of years ago. As for Qin Yu's enemies from his previous life, there were 11 ancient emperors, except for Ghost Emperor Zhen Tian, God Emperor Xianyu, 7-star ancient emperor, for symbols Tao Emperor, North Emperor Luan, and the others were all present. These people were the leaders of the 9 continents of the heaven domain's immortal inheritances and ancient holy lands. Xiao. After about a moment, a gust of eerie ghost chi appeared, and a figure appeared in the divine palace. It was a middle-aged man in a black robe. Ghost runes covered his entire face. Looking at the symbol on his body, he was from the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. I'm really sorry. There was an accident on the way here, so I'm late. After the middle-aged man in the black robe arrived, he smiled and cupped his fists to the ancient emperors of the divine palace to apologize. Guiya? Why didn't old Ghost Jin Tian come personally for such a big event? Among the 39 ancient emperors, the 4 symbols Tao Emperor in a Taoist robe raised his eyebrows slightly. The middle-aged man from the black faction was a well-known figure in the middle continent. His name was Guiya, and his emperor title was Gui Sha 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 Emperor. He was the vice island master of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. The island master is still in seclusion, so he asked me to act on behalf of the Holy Island. Gui, you could only smile in response to the 4 symbols Tao Emperor's question. Although he was also an ancient emperor, it was still not enough in this situation. After all, a newly advanced ancient emperor was not on the same level as an older ancient emperor. Otherwise, there would be more than 30 to 40 ancient emperors in the 9 continents of the heaven domain. 4 symbols, old man. Everyone should be here, right? What's the matter? Can you tell me now? The Tao Emperor of 4 symbols wanted to say something, but an impatient voice interrupted him. Chapter 595. The person who spoke was surrounded by multicolored light, and there was a translucent white jade horn between his eyebrows. An incomparably sacred aura emanated from his body, shaking the hearts of those who saw it. Heavenly Qilin Saint Emperor was one of the 4 great demon emperors of the West Continent. He was as famous as the demon emperor monarch. The war with the extraterritorial demon race was imminent, but he had been summoned by the four symbols Tao emperors. Heavenly Qilin Saint Emperor, who had always been at odds with the ancient emperors of the Middle Continent, was naturally unhappy. The other ancient emperors also looked at the four symbols Tao emperors, Gueya, and the others. There were a total of 7 ancient emperors leading this gathering. They were Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor, for symbols Tao Emperor, Ancient Mystic Demonic Emperor, Blood Fiend Spirit Emperor, Imperial Void Heavenly Emperor, Heaven Spite Sword Emperor, and Underworld Mystic Emperor. These 7 were the top ancient emperors of the Middle Continent of the Heaven Domain. The 7 of them joining forces was definitely a big deal that would affect the entire Heaven Domain. It was also because of this that they were able to gather all the older ancient emperors. Otherwise, if it was just the 4 symbols Tao Emperor alone, it would be impossible to gather all the older ancient emperors. The 7 of us have gathered all of you here because we have a plan that can solve the problem of the extraterritorial demon race once and for all. A calm voice sounded, and the golden-robed Imperial Void Heavenly Emperor stood up. Solve the extraterritorial demon race once and for all. Hearing the Imperial Void Heavenly Emperor's words, the other ancient emperors looked at each other. Wasn't the Imperial Void Heavenly Emperor's words a little too big? The extraterritorial demon race and the 9 continents of the Heaven Domain had been at odds for countless years. These ancient emperors had a deep understanding of the extraterritorial demon race's strength. It was just like how the extraterritorial demon race couldn't invade the 9 continents of the Heaven Domain. It was also impossible for the martial artists of the Heaven Domain to completely destroy the extraterritorial demon race. Of course, a certain price must be paid to realize this plan. Seeing the disbelief of the ancient emperors, one of the 7 ancient emperors, Heaven Spite, Sword Emperor, spoke up. What's your plan? Just say it directly. Imperial Void Heavenly Emperor, Yuan, Northern Ancient Emperor. Since they were all ancient emperors, they didn't think that they would be any weaker than the ancient emperors of the Central Plains. But Heavenly Emperor Yushu, Heaven-hating Sword Emperor, and the rest clearly treated them as helpers. This made Northern Emperor Yuan somewhat displeased. Everyone should know that in the 9 prefectures of the Heaven Domain, there are divine veins of fate that can affect the 9 prefectures' fate. The divine meridian of destiny is extremely important to the 9 provinces, especially to us ancient emperors. There's also a divine vein in the extraterritorial devil race, and it's related to the survival of the extraterritorial devil race. The extraterritorial devil race's divine vein is called the Origin Devil Vein. Have you heard of it? When the 4 symbols Tao Emperor heard this, he didn't beat around the bush. Origin Demon Vein? Rumor has it that it's the source of the extraterritorial devil chi. The 7-star ancient emperor seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed in surprise. According to ancient records, the Origin Demon Vein was the source of all demon chi in the outer realms. However, whether or not the Origin Demon Vein really existed had always been a mystery, because until now, no one had been able to confirm this. That's right. Due to some coincidences, the spies we sent to the extraterritorial devil race discovered the location of the Origin Demon Vein. Therefore, the invasion of the extraterritorial devil race this time is an excellent opportunity for us. The extraterritorial devil race would never expect us to enter the extraterritorial devil realm and attack their Origin Demon Vein during their invasion. Heavenly Emperor Yushu nodded as he spoke. Hearing this, all the ancient emperors in the Divine Palace were moved. If they could successfully destroy the Origin Demon Vein of the extraterritorial devil race, then the extraterritorial devil race would completely decline. After all, the divine vein of fate in the Heaven Domain only affected the 9 prefectures' fate. The Origin Demon Vein of the extraterritorial devil race was the source of demon chi. Once the Origin Demon Vein was destroyed, the extraterritorial devil race would lose their demon chi and would be unable to cultivate. This was absolutely fatal. You've already made your arrangements. What's the plan? The great Sun Demon Emperor looked at the four symbols Tao Emperor and the other ancient emperors. From the expressions of the Tao Emperors of four symbols and the others, it was clear that this gathering was just to inform them. I'm sure you're all curious as to why the extraterritorial devil race is attacking in full force this time, right? Tao Emperor of four symbols nodded and asked again, "Is it related to the primordial divine power?" The Emperor Taiyan looked around and spoke slowly. "It seems that everyone has also noticed. In that case, I'll be frank. The primordial divine power relic appeared in the 9 prefectures of the heaven domain because of the extraterritorial devil race's plan. According to the information we've received, the extraterritorial devil race has the means to control the primordial divine power. Therefore, the extraterritorial devil race launched this war to use the primordial divine power to completely destroy all cultivators below the ancient emperor realm in the 9 prefectures of the heaven domain." Tao Emperor of four symbols nodded. "The extraterritorial devil race can control the primordial divine power?" Hearing this, other than the Tao Emperors of four symbols and the other ancient emperors became serious. They all knew that the primordial divine power could increase one's cultivation after fusing with true yuan. It was also because of this that they had wantonly plundered the primordial divine power when it had just been born. It could be said that almost all the cultivators under the ancient emperors had fused with the primordial divine power. If the extraterritorial devil race could control the primordial divine power, it was no different from a disaster to them. The rest of the ancient emperors only looked solemn. However, the 7-star ancient emperor's face changed. Fortunately, the 7-star ancient emperor's expression returned to normal in an instant, and no one noticed. "Heavenly Emperor Yushu, you said that we had to pay a certain price. Don't tell me you want our disciples to be bait?" One of the ancient emperors finally understood what was going on and spoke with an unsightly expression. Since the Tao Emperors of four symbols and Heavenly Emperor Yushu already knew that the extraterritorial devil race could control the primordial divine power, they wouldn't do it. They definitely wouldn't let their disciples fuse with the primordial divine power. The price that Heavenly Emperor Yushu spoke of would likely have to be borne by them. The other ancient emperors also looked at the 7 great ancient emperors. Although they didn't say anything, their expressions were obvious. If that was really the case, they wouldn't be so foolish as to send their disciples to their deaths. They had many martial emperors, and divine emperors under them, and they were all people with outstanding talents. They had high hopes for these ancient emperors, and they might be able to produce ancient emperors in the future. They would never agree to use their disciples as bait to send them to their deaths. The reason why they had sent their disciples here was to let them gain experience. This plan concerns the future of the entire 9 prefectures in the heaven domain. No one can stay out of it. Naturally, we will contribute. This is the specific plan that the 7 of us have decided on. You can take a look first. If you have any questions, you can ask in advance. The Tao Emperors of 4 symbols, Heavenly Emperor Yushu, Heaven-hating Sword Emperor, and the others all spoke. As soon as they finished speaking, jade talismans appeared in front of the ancient emperors. Chapter 596. After crushing the jade talisman, the ancient emperors in the godly palace saw the plan of the 7 ancient emperors. After seeing the plan, the ancient emperors in the godly palace had no objections. After all, the 7 ancient emperors would send many of their disciples to their deaths as bait. In terms of price, it wasn't much less than theirs. More importantly, they would destroy the origin demon vein. Other than Ghost Emperor Jin Tian, the other 6 ancient emperors would go to the extraterritorial realm personally. The origin demon vein is as important as life to the extraterritorial demon race. The extraterritorial demon race would definitely have a large number of troops guarding it. Why don't we get the mad dragon, the arch, as well? Emperor Qian, he asked the 7 Tao emperors of 4 symbols after seeing the plan. Many of the ancient emperors nodded in agreement. Although they were all ancient emperors, they had to admit that since the dragon, the arch, disappeared thousands of years ago, The Mad Dragon the Arch and Xing Luo's battle strength were rarely matched among the ancient emperors. Many people even thought that the Mad Dragon the Arch was the strongest ancient emperor in the 9 states of the Heaven Realm. If the Mad Dragon the Arch joined this operation, the success rate would be much higher. For some reason, the Mad Dragon the Arch has been in Shinran all these years. Even if he shows up occasionally, he disappears immediately. It's impossible to contact him. The Tao emperors of 4 symbols shook their heads. If possible, they naturally wanted to find the strongest ancient emperor, the Mad Dragon the Arch. However, there was nothing they could do if they couldn't find him. Emperor Qian, he, and the others didn't say anything else. They had also heard the rumors about the Mad Dragon Sovereign in the past few years. What should we do with the forces of the spiritual state? Emperor Taiyan asked at this moment. The spiritual state! Hearing Emperor Taiyan's words, the ancient emperors in the godly palace fell silent. Since we're going to put on a show, we have to go all out. We've already paid the price, so the forces of the spiritual state can't be an exception. The Tao emperors of 4 symbols and the others didn't hesitate. It was obvious that they had discussed this beforehand. If we do that, we'll go against the oath that our ancestors made for the spiritual king. An ancient emperor said hesitantly. Hearing the 2 words Spirit King, the expressions of the ancient emperors in the divine palace changed. There was respect, fear, and yearning. Among the 9 states in the Heaven Realm, the spiritual state's overall martial arts level was undoubtedly the weakest. This was because even if the other 8 prefectures did not have any ancient emperors, they would still have many divine emperors, so they had a strong foundation. On the other hand, in the spirit state, even the top forces in the 4 regions of the spirit state only had top-notch sovereigns, and divine sovereigns would only appear occasionally. However, more than 20,000 years ago, the spiritual state was the most powerful force in the 9 states, and even the central state was no match for it. In that era, the spirit state was ruled by one person. That person called himself the Spirit King, and there were many ancient emperors and divine emperors in the spirit state. At that time, the Spirit King was very ambitious. The powers of the 9 states of the Heaven Domain also thought that the Spirit King would unify the 9 states of the Heaven Domain in the future and become the only king of the Heaven Domain. However, before the Spirit King could take action, he encountered the invasion of the extraterritorial Devil Clan. The strength of the extraterritorial Devil Clan seemed to be closely related to the 9 states of the Heaven Domain. When the spirit state had a Spirit King who could unify the Heaven Domain, a brilliant genius also appeared among the extraterritorial Devil Clan, and he was called the Ancestor of all Devils. The Ancestor of all Devils led the extraterritorial Devil Clan to invade the Heaven Domain, and the Spirit King led the 9 states of the Heaven Domain to resist. The intensity of that battle could only be seen from various ancient books. In the end, the 9 states of the Heaven Domain paid a heavy price, and it seemed that they could not stop the invasion of the extraterritorial Devil Clan. The Spirit King used a forbidden technique to open the chaotic turbulence, and threw the Ancestor of all Devils and the extraterritorial Devil Clan into the chaotic turbulence, disappearing without a trace. Of course, the Spirit King also disappeared in the chaotic turbulence because of this, and he never appeared again. Therefore, this invasion ended with the Heaven Domain and the extraterritorial Devil Clan paying a heavy price. After that great battle, the top experts of the spirit state were all dead, and the highest level experts were only martial emperors. The surviving ancient emperors of the other 8 states of the Heaven Domain jointly swore not to invade the spirit state, and to console the Spirit King and other experts for making such a huge sacrifice for the 9 states of the Heaven Domain. Those who violated the oath would be killed together, even if it had been more than 20,000 years since that great battle. Those ancient emperors who were lucky enough to survive had established their own sects and clans, becoming the strongest forces in the Heaven region. But still, no one dared to violate the oath they had made in the past. This was why no one had ever coveted the spirit state, even though ancient emperor realm masters often came and went from the spirit state. Of course, The ancient emperors were so firm in their promises. And besides the oath their ancestors had made, there was another important reason. More than 10,000 years ago, the most famous ancient emperor of the heaven domain had divined the Spirit King's life and death. And the result was that the Spirit King was not dead. That ancient emperor of the heaven domain had died suddenly after the divination. And this was a heavy wake-up call to the major forces of the heaven domain. Now that the extraterritorial devil clan is invading, we naturally have to use special methods to shut down the machine. What's more, we don't want to occupy the spirit state, and it is normal for the spirit state to contribute to the resistance against the extraterritorial devil clan. The Tao Emperor of the Four Symbols said after a moment of silence. They had already decided on something, and naturally would not give up so easily. The other ancient emperors looked at each other, and no one had any objections. After all, they would have to pay a huge price for this operation. Everyone should already know the plan. Then go ahead and prepare. Heavenly Emperor Yushu stood up and said. Immediately, other than Heavenly Emperor Yushu and the other ancient emperors disappeared from the palace, while the top veteran emperors of the 9 states of the heaven domain were gathered for a discussion. In the depths of the demon spirit area, in the chaos, 2 figures appeared without any warning. If Qinyu was here, he would definitely recognize the person on the left. It was the mad dragon sovereign, Xing Luo. In the eyes of the ancient emperors of the heaven domain, Xing Luo, who was rarely seen in Shinran, actually took the initiative to come to the demon spirit area. As for the person on the right, he was dressed in linen clothes and was surrounded by a layer of mysterious light, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. In the distance in front of the 2 of them, boundless demonic chi could be seen rolling, and a monstrous demonic might swept across the sky. The place where the boundless demonic chi was rolling was the extraterritorial battlefield. The reason why the demonic chi was so dense was because countless extraterritorial devil clans had gathered there. The extraterritorial devil clans have arranged for the primordial divine power, and the heaven domain cultivators know about the demonic origin vein. Both sides are scheming against each other, but I don't know whose methods are better. Looking at the demonic chi getting denser and denser, the gray-robed person said with interest. Although his appearance could not be seen clearly, this person's voice was clear, and he was obviously not very old. You didn't come all the way here just to watch the invasion, right? Xing Luo's expression did not change, as if he did not care about the outcome of this battle. Chapter 597. I am here this time because an immortal king token has appeared. Speaking of this, the gray-robed man's tone became much more solemn. Immortal king token? The blood elementalist who escaped from the outer region has finally appeared? However, Xing Luo's face lit up. Regarding the immortal king tokens, be it the martial artists of the heaven region or the outer realm devils, there were very few who knew about them. However, the ancient immortal tokens were something that the ancient emperors of the heaven region were familiar with. Of course, even the ancient emperors of the 9 provinces of the heaven region had heard of them. In fact, some of them had even obtained an ancient immortal token. However, no one knew the true secret of the 8 ancient immortal tokens. Among the 8 ancient immortal tokens, there was one that was especially important. One could sense the location of the other ancient immortal tokens. As long as one could obtain that ancient immortal token, finding the other ancient immortal tokens would not be a problem. It was a pity that the blood elementalist who had obtained the core ancient immortal token had completely disappeared after escaping to the heaven region. Even if one used a secret technique to summon the other 7 ancient immortal tokens, without the core ancient immortal token, it would be useless. Now that the blood elementalist had appeared, Xing Luo was naturally excited. Previously, that blood elementalist appeared out of nowhere. However, I did not sense any immortal king token fluctuations from him. If I'm not wrong, the immortal king token should have been hidden by him. The gray-robed man said, If that's the case, then we just have to capture him. Xing Luo was getting more and more excited. That blood elementalist is someone who once turned the blood domain upside down. Even if his cultivation is worlds apart from his peak, it won't be that easy to capture him. The gray-robed man shook his head slightly. Since you're here, you should have thought of a plan, right? Xing Luo asked. Don't worry. That blood elementalist is here for the immortal king's legacy. It's only a matter of time before he makes his move. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. We just have to keep an eye on the immortal trove. The gray-robed man smiled sinisterly. If that's the case, then why are we still taking the risk to scout the outer realm devils? When Xing Luo heard about the celestial king's inheritance and the celestial treasury, the fire in his eyes burned even brighter. However, he was also a bit curious about the gray-robed man's strange actions. There's a passageway to the outer domain in the extraterritorial devil race. Just in case, it's better to take a look. Otherwise, that blood elementalist would have escaped long ago. The gray-robed man said indifferently. Xing Luo's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything else. Although this gray-robed man was not trustworthy, they had each other's weakness, so there was no need to worry about the other party playing any tricks in the dark. While Xing Luo and the mysterious gray-robed man were discussing the matter of the ancient immortal medallion, 3 more figures appeared at the border of the spiritual state. Qin Yu was no stranger to the 3 of them. They were the Jiang siblings and the Sky Burier, Sword Immortal. For some reason, the relationship between the heaven-burying Sword Immortal and the Jiang siblings seemed to have become quite good. The 3 of them flew all the way until they reached the end of the Devil's Spirit territory and hit at the edge of the extraterritorial battlefield. This was because in front of the 3 of them was a vast extraterritorial devil army with no end in sight. The extraterritorial devil army had already advanced to the boundary of the battlefield set up by the 9 states of heaven. It seems that we have to wait for the war to really erupt before we can go over. Sky Burier Sword Immortal slightly sensed and restrained his aura even more thoroughly. The extraterritorial devil races, 4 royal families, and 9 royal families had moved out together. Their battle strength was so terrifying that even Sky Burier, Sword Immortal, who now had the battle strength to fight against an ancient emperor, didn't dare to charge head-on. The Jiang siblings knew the severity of the situation and didn't act rashly. Sky Burier, Sword Immortal, are you sure that the Spirit King's aura exists among the extraterritorial devil race? While waiting, Jiang Yuani asked Sky Burier, Sword Immortal through a secret voice transmission. Don't worry. I've received the Spirit King's legacy, so I can't be wrong. As for whether the Spirit King is still alive, I'm not sure. Sky Burier, Sword Immortal said with certainty, but his words were extremely shocking. Sky Burier, Sword Immortal had received the Spirit King's legacy. If this news spread, countless ancient emperors would be shocked. I hope you're telling the truth. Jiang Yuani and Jiang Qingyu looked at each other and didn't ask any more questions. Sky Burier, Sword Immortal looked at the Jiang siblings with some concern. Before joining forces with the Jiang siblings, Sky Burier, Sword Immortal had naturally investigated their identities. However, the Jiang siblings had broken through the void and disappeared 30,000 years ago and had only reincarnated now. The Spirit King had only appeared 20,000 years ago. The Jiang siblings and the Spirit King had been separated by 10,000 years. What was the relationship between them? Of course, curiosity aside, Sky Burier, Sword Immortal didn't pry. Sky Burier, Sword Immortal had his own reasons for going to the extraterritorial realm this time. Joining forces with the Jiang siblings was just a precaution. The extraterritorial battlefield was barren and barren. At this moment, the barren and empty extraterritorial battlefield was occupied by the vast and mighty extraterritorial devil army. The extraterritorial devil race was led by the 4 great imperial families and the 9 great imperial families. It could be said that these 13 behemoths ruled the entire extraterritorial devil race. Therefore, Compared to the restless Heaven Region warriors, the extraterritorial Devil Army, which had a clear hierarchy, wasn't affected at all. In the center of the extraterritorial Devil Army, a ferocious demon with 3 giant wolf heads that covered the sky and covered the sun was entrenched. Hell Demon Wolf. This was a primordial demon. Its ancestor had once wreaked havoc in the world and had a terrifying bloodline. However, there were 13 black shadows with shocking auras gathered on top of this Hell Demon Wolf. Since this primordial demon, whose combat strength was comparable to the ancient emperors, was willing to become its mount, the identities of these 13 black shadows were obvious. The extraterritorial devil race consisted of the 4 great imperial families and the 9 great imperial families. Everyone, this invasion battle concerns the survival of billions of extraterritorial living beings. Therefore, we must win this battle. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we must seize the spirit state. A deep and dignified voice came from a cloud of black fog. As the voice sounded, the black fog gradually dissipated. A burly man who looked no different from a human but had 3 eyes appeared. This man was the Celestial Demon Emperor, the leader of the Celestial Demon Clan, one of the 4 great imperial families of the extraterritorial devil race. The 4 great imperial families were the Celestial Demon Clan, the Nether Demon Clan, the Soul Demon Clan, and the War Demon Clan. Among the 4 great imperial families, there were more than 100 saint ancestors who had stepped into the ancient Emperor realm. However, only the leaders of the 4 great imperial families could be crowned with the title of Emperor. The 9 great imperial families were the Nefarious Demon Clan, the Ghost Demon Clan, the Learning Module Clan, the Heart Demon Clan, the Spirit Demon Clan, the Ice Demon Clan, the Star Demon Clan, the Winged Demon Clan, and the Devouring Demon Clan. The leaders of the 9 great imperial families were called Imperial Families. Celestial Demon Emperor, your clan has guarded the Origin Demon Vein for generations and knows the situation of the Origin Demon Vein best. Is there no way to repair the weakening of the Origin Demon Vein? The Nefarious King of the Nefarious Demon Clan asked in a hoarse voice. The other demon emperors also looked at the Celestial Demon Emperor. Chapter 598. Although the extraterritorial demon clans were constantly fighting among themselves, it was just natural selection in the lower realms. The top 4 royal families and the 9 royal families didn't have any grudges against each other. Although they weren't on good terms, they didn't have many grudges. Especially now, the Origin Demon Vein was related to the life and death of the entire demon clan. Naturally, they wouldn't fight among themselves. The corrosive power of the extraterritorial channel is too strong and terrifying. The power of the Origin Demon Vein can't resist it at all. Our clan has sacrificed for ancestors, but they can't do anything. The Celestial Demonic Emperor looked around solemnly. If this continues, the Origin Demon Vein will disappear completely in 1,000 years. 1,000 years? Hearing the Celestial Demonic Emperor's words, all the demon emperors looked solemn. They all knew that the Origin Demon Vein was constantly weakening, but they didn't expect the development of the Origin Demon Vein to be so much more serious than they thought. 1,000 years sounded long, but for divine ancestors like them, it would be over after 1 or 2 seclusion sessions. Once the Origin Demon Vein dried up and disappeared, the billions of extraterritorial demon clans would be in trouble. It seemed that invading the 9 states in the Heaven Domain in advance was the best and only way out. There was no demon chi in the 9 states for the extraterritorial demon clans to cultivate. However, the spiritual chi in the Heaven Domain could be turned into demon chi. This was why the extraterritorial demon clans usually invaded the 9 states. The 9 states rarely took the initiative to attack. Even if the martial artists of the Heaven Domain attacked the extraterritorial demon clans, they couldn't stay long without spiritual chi to cultivate. Even the demon cultivators of the Heaven Domain couldn't absorb the demon chi of the extraterritorial demon clans. Whoosh! At this moment, a black light broke through the void and appeared in front of the celestial demonic emperor. The celestial demonic emperor crushed the black light, and a mysterious message immediately appeared in his mind. The plan is ready. We can act now. The celestial demonic emperor sneered and immediately gave the order. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, all the demon emperors on the back of the purgatory demon wolf, except for the celestial demonic emperor, disappeared. The celestial demonic emperor moved his right hand, and a huge ancient map appeared in his hand. The ancient map emitted a black demon chi and energy fluctuation. It was the fluctuation of ancient godly power. Ha! The celestial devil emperor shouted, and a vast sea of pure devil chi poured into the ancient diagram. The ancient diagram immediately swelled up and instantly covered the sky. Numerous ancient and profound devilish markings spread out and covered all the Outer devils in the Outer battlefield. The extraterritorial devil race actually used such an extreme method this time? What kind of shock did he receive? At the end of the demon's spirit zone, near the border of the extraterritorial battlefield, heaven-burying sword immortal's eyes narrowed slightly as a strange light flickered in his eyes. Although heaven-burying sword immortal was an almighty existence from the previous era, he had resisted the extraterritorial devil race many times in his life and was no stranger to the invasion of the extraterritorial devil race. The method that the extraterritorial devil race had adopted had truly exceeded his expectations. Jiang Yuanyi and Jiang Qingyu, on the other hand, did not show any reaction. They were all people from tens of thousands of years ago. Although they had returned from reincarnation, their families and friends were no longer there. Things remained the same, but people had changed. They didn't care about the safety of the 9 continents of the heaven domain at all. Whoosh! When the extraterritorial devil race was covered by the sky-blotting devil runes, a faint ray of bloody light flickered and disappeared from the devil spirit domain. In the devil spirit domain, the 9 continents of the heaven domain, where the Warrior Alliance army was stationed. Palace Master, even the forces of the spiritual state are mobilized this time. Are those ancient emperors of the central state going back on the oath of their ancestors? In the spiritual state's encampment, the upper echelons of the spiritual state's overlord forces and the heavenly emperor palace gathered together. The one who spoke was Sun Jiuxiao. As one of the top forces of the spiritual state, the heavenly emperor palace naturally knew about the former spiritual king. After all, the extraterritorial devil race has almost turned out in full force. An entire 9 continents of the heaven domain is in danger. Even the people of the godly land have appeared. Our spiritual state naturally can't stay out of it. Sitting on the main seat, Shi Tiangong's expression was rather grave. He had long known that the extraterritorial devil race would definitely make a big move. However, he still didn't expect the extraterritorial devil race to invade on such a large scale. Fortunately, the bloodlines in our bodies have been ignited. Otherwise, we would really be used as cannon fodder in a war of this level. Sun Yunlang said rather rejoicingly, "Ever since Qin Yu refined the immortal emperor pill, the descendants of the 3 sovereigns in the heavenly emperor palace had all ignited their bloodlines. Now, Shi Tiangong's aura was that of a high-level divine sovereign. Even in the 9 continents of the heaven domain, he was definitely considered one of the top. After all, above the high-level divine sovereign, there were only those existences in the ancient emperor realm. In addition to Shi Tiangang, Sun Jiuxiao, Sun Yunlang, and the other core descendants of the 3 sovereigns had all reached the mid-level divine sovereign. Currently, there were as many as 5 divine sovereigns in the heavenly emperor palace. In the entire spiritual state, there was no force that could be compared to them. After the bloodlines of the 3 sovereigns were awakened, the terrifying potential contained within was fully displayed at this time. Palace Master, what should we do with the myriad martial sect? A descendant of Emperor Shi asked Shi Tiangang. It had been quite a long time since the heavenly emperor palace had produced divine sovereigns. With the current strength of the heavenly emperor palace, It was not difficult for them to unify the four regions of the spiritual state. However, they had only been secretly deploying forces and had not attacked the forces of the spiritual state. The main reason was the Myriad Martial Sect. The Myriad Martial Sect was obviously related to the extraterritorial demon race. If the Heavenly Emperor Palace acted rashly, it might attract the attention of the extraterritorial demon race. Because of this, the Heavenly Emperor Palace had not acted rashly. In the end, before they could do anything, the extraterritorial demon race had already invaded. Now, the Myriad Martial Sect had also been summoned to fight against the extraterritorial demon race. This made the Heavenly Emperor Palace and the others a little worried. If the Myriad Martial Sect betrayed them at the critical moment, it would cause a lot of damage to the forces of the Heaven Domain. I have already informed the ancient emperors of the Middle Continent about this matter. They should be prepared. Shi Tiangang said slowly. If that's the case, then we don't have to worry too much. Sun Yinlang said. Boom! While the Heavenly Emperor Palace and the others were still discussing with each other, an earth-shattering sound came from the distant horizon, majestic and mighty. The entire demon spirit region violently shook, as if the sky was collapsing. What happened? Could it be that the extraterritorial demon race has broken through the boundary between the extraterritorial battlefield and the demonic spirit land? No, this fluctuation is coming from the center of the demonic spirit land. What's going on? Why would the extraterritorial demon race appear directly in the center of the demonic spirit land? Countless Heaven Domain martial artists gathered in the demonic spirit land were extremely shocked. Countless figures flew into the sky. Chapter 599. The Outerium Devil Race actually set up such a teleportation formation in the Devil Spirit area and teleported the entire Devil Race here. Looks like the Outerium Devil Race has placed many spies among us. We're in trouble now. The extraterritorial demons move disrupted our deployment and separated us from the forces in the spiritual state. We can't coordinate with each other. The extraterritorial devil race is really determined to invade this time. The ones who reacted the fastest were the ancient emperors of the 9 continents of the Heaven Domain. The extraterritorial devil race's teleportation was completely out of the expectations of the Heaven Domain's warriors. After all, the invasions of the extraterritorial devil race in the past were only between the extraterritorial devil race and the Heaven Domain martial artists. At most, they could only break through the barrier of the devil's spirit territory. However, the actions of the extraterritorial devil race this time were too abnormal, extremely abnormal. Although we have to pay a huge price, the fish has taken the bait. Everyone, let's act according to plan. The 4 symbols Tao Emperors, Celestial Emperor Yushu, and the others exchanged glances and immediately split into 2 groups. The 7 ancient emperors instantly disappeared from the ancient palace. The other ancient emperors also flew out of the stone palace. With the appearance of the ancient emperors, order was restored to the Sky Domain's army, which had been disrupted by the arrival of the extraterritorial demon race. The ancient emperor realm was the pinnacle of the Heaven Domain. Now that a group of ancient emperors had appeared, they would naturally be able to calm the chaotic hearts of the people. The extraterritorial demon race is trying to encroach on our homeland in 9 regions. We must not let the demon race attack. Everyone, follow me and exterminate these demons. Kill. Immediately, the mighty army of Qingyuan realm warriors changed their plan. They turned back and charged toward the extraterritorial demons who had been teleported to the center of the demon spirit area. Although the actions of the extraterritorial demon race had caused the Heaven Domain cultivators to be unable to respond to them, they were still able to do so. However, from another perspective, the extraterritorial demon army had also fallen into the encirclement of the Heaven Domain warriors. It was hard to say who would win and who would lose. Rumble. The army of the extraterritorial demon clan and the martial artists of the 9 continents of the Heaven Domain met in an instant. Both sides did not hesitate at all as they charged at each other. with the border between the demon spirit territory and the extraterritorial battlefield as the center. The area within a radius of tens of millions of miles instantly became a battlefield of destruction. The extraterritorial demon race had sent out more than 1,000 ancient emperors to invade this time. Although there were only a few of them, they were comparable to the celestial demonic emperor and the other 13 emperors. However, this kind of battle prowess was enough to destroy the world. The 9 prefectures of the sky domain weren't any weaker. At the very least, their ancient emperors weren't suppressed by the extraterritorial demon race. The battle between thousands of ancient emperors caused the heavens to crumble, the earth to crack inch by inch, and everything to be destroyed. Outside the battlefield, Qin Yu, who had disguised himself, appeared from the void. He stood high up in the void and did not get involved in the destructive battle. The scale of this battle is probably the strongest battle between the Heaven Domain and the Demon Clan, other than the 10,000 Emperors' War. Within the divine dragon ancient seal, the dragon's soul spoke. The scale of the Xenorace invasion this time had exceeded their expectations. Ever since the 10,000 Monarchs' War, the Heaven Domain and the extraterritorial region had not fought like this for a long time. The extraterritorial demon race is obviously going to invade the 9 prefectures of the Heaven Domain. Could it be that something has happened to the extraterritorial demon race? Qin Yu looked at the destructive and chaotic battle quietly. His eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. The extraterritorial demon race's strange actions made him feel that something was wrong. However, suddenly the expressions of Qin Yu and the dragon's soul both changed. They immediately entered the void. At the instant they entered the void, they both looked toward a certain direction. In that direction, 2 silhouettes traversed the void and instantly passed through the battlefield, disappearing without a trace. Xing Luo. A cold light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. Killing intent filled the air. One of the 2 figures who had crossed the battlefield and disappeared was Qin Yu's enemy in his previous life, Xing Luo. That direction is the extraterritorial battlefield. The extraterritorial demon race is invading. Why isn't Xing Luo participating in the battle against the demon race? Why is he going to the extraterritorial battlefield? The dragon's soul's eyes were cold. At the same time, he was puzzled. Xing Luo was the strongest emperor after Qin Yu. Why would he appear at such a critical moment in the Heaven Domain? Why would he not participate in the battle? Extraterritorial battlefield? Or is he going to the extraterritorial demon race? Qin Yu calmed down and suppressed the killing intent in his heart. His eyes flashed. While he was thinking, Qin Yu suddenly sensed something. He looked at the Heaven Domain ancient emperors and the extraterritorial demon race's divine ancestor who were fighting. After looking at the ancient emperors who were fighting to the death, Qin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that a few of the older generation ancient emperors are missing. The dragon's soul also came back to his senses. He was puzzled and muttered to himself. According to Pan Hong's information, the ancient emperors of the Middle Ground should have all moved out except for the Sky Suppression Ghost Emperor. But now, a few of the older generation ancient emperors were missing. Could it be that those old guys of the Middle Ground have some other plan? Qin Yu did not intend to get involved in the battle. He remained hidden in the void and watched the tragic battle. At this moment, the tragic battle had changed. The extraterritorial demon race had taken the initiative by surprise and made the Heaven Domain warriors pay a heavy price of hundreds of thousands of warriors. However, the Heaven Domain warriors had made thorough preparations to defend against the demon race's invasion. Therefore, after the initial chaos, the Heaven Domain warriors had stabilized their footing. The Heaven Domain warriors' army, which was stationed at the end of the demon spirit territory, firmly entangled the extraterritorial demon race. The Heaven Domain warriors, who came from the spiritual state as reinforcements, were desperately resisting the demon race's invasion of the spiritual state. God's sacrificial disc, Chaos God power. Seeing the Heaven Domain Warriors' army gathering, the celestial demon emperor, who was being attacked by two ancient emperors, sneered and immediately sent a message. The Nether Demon Emperor, the Soul Demon Emperor, and the War Demon Emperor of the four royal families of the extraterritorial domain understood and shouted at the same time. Intense and dazzling divine light blossomed from the three of them. They were like three suns slowly rising into the sky, their light illuminating the entire demon spirit territory. Sacrifice. The 9 royal families of the extraterritorial domain, including the evil Demon Emperor and the Ghost Demon Emperor, forced their opponents to retreat. Their hands formed seals, and a strange power radiated from their bodies, resonating with the dazzling divine light from the Nether Demon Emperor and the other two. Rumble. Immediately, an earth-shattering thunderclap exploded in the sky above the demon spirit territory. Both the extraterritorial demon race and the Heaven Domain warriors felt their eardrums explode and their heads buzz. This fluctuation, what's going on? My true essence is boiling uncontrollably? Damn it, what's going on? After the thunderclap, the Heaven Domain warriors had just recovered from their shock when they felt the true essence in their bodies boiling like water. That boiling sensation caused them to feel incomparably terrified in their hearts. That was because their true yuan was actually not under their control. If it continued to boil like that, they would definitely die from spontaneous combustion. Chapter 600. They have indeed used the ancient divine power. Among the martial artists, only the forces under the 7 ancient emperors and Shi Tiangang from the Sky Emperor Palace did not have much reaction. Other than that, there were a few small forces and independent martial artists who had not obtained the ancient divine power and had not merged with it to increase their cultivation. Central Continent. They already knew that the extraterritorial demon tribe could control the ancient divine power? Qin Yu, who had been watching the battle from the void, saw that the forces under the 7 ancient emperors were not affected and immediately understood. Although many martial artists in the forces of the 7 ancient emperors were affected by the ancient divine power, the elite and core martial artists were not affected by the ancient divine power. If one were to call it a coincidence, it would be too much of a coincidence. There was only one possibility. The forces of the 7 ancient emperors must have known about the ancient divine power. This also allowed Qin Yu to confirm the guess in his heart even more. The older generation of the ancient emperors in the central continent of the Heaven Domain must be plotting something. This piqued Qin Yu's interest. What would the 9 prefectures of the Heaven Domain do when the extraterritorial demon tribe invaded with full force and suppressed the ancient divine power? The control of the ancient divine power was also one of the trump cards that Qin Yu had prepared to deal with the forces of the 12 ancient emperors. Bang, 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 bang. Under the command of the celestial demonic emperor, the underworld demonic emperor, the soul demon emperor, the war demon emperor, and the other kings and divine ancestors cooperated and attacked. Among the martial artists of the Heaven Domain, there were continuous explosions. Under the influence of the ancient divine power, the martial artists of the Heaven Domain were like inflated watermelons, exploding in groups. Blood, which was as thick as fog, filled the heavens and the earth, dyeing the sky red. The earth was infected and turned dark red. The extraterritorial demon tribe's ancient divine power plan had caused the death of millions of martial artists in the Heaven Domain. Because of the explosion of the ancient divine power, there were countless experts who had escaped with injuries. This is a self-explosion caused by the chaos of the ancient divine power. Could it be that the extraterritorial demon tribe arranged the appearance of the ancient divine power? It can't be, right? If so, how long have the extraterritorial demon tribe prepared for this invasion? Those martial artists who had not merged with the ancient divine power and had survived looked at the empty space around them and felt chills down their spines. Those who had participated in this war were at least martial emperors. Given the current situation, they would be stupid if they did not know what was going on. Ha ha ha. Kill. break through this hell and charge into the heavenly domain. For the demon tribe, charge! The demonic chi of the extraterritorial demon tribe's army. The demonic demon, tribe's demons, sword, demonic demon, tribe's demonic divine power. God, we ancestor, run. Under the large-scale charge of the extraterritorial devil clan, the army of heaven domain cultivators, which had less than 90% of their combat strength, was immediately routed and fled in all directions. In the face of absolute strength, even if they knew that the heaven region might be invaded by the extraterritorial devil clan, the cultivators of the heaven region could not summon up the will to resist. After all, even if he had the intention to resist, under the current situation, other than dying, there was nothing he could do to change the situation. The flesh and blood is just right. Activate the immortal exterminating altar and kill the ancient emperors of the sky region. The sky demonic emperor sneered when he saw millions of martial artists exploding. The thick blood mist blocked his vision. He immediately prepared to activate the second plan, which was to kill all the ancient emperors of the sky region. Although the surge of divine power just now had killed millions of elite cultivators of the 9 states of the heaven domain, severely damaging the foundation of the 9 states of the heaven domain. As long as the ancient emperors of the sky region were not destroyed, it would be difficult for them to invade the sky region. Therefore, their plan was to sacrifice the blood essence of millions of martial artists to kill the ancient emperors of the sky region. It's time to stop. Gather. Just as the sky demonic emperor and the others were about to move, a cold voice rang out. A figure in the ancient emperors of the sky region looked at the sky demonic emperor and the others coldly. That person was one of the 7 ancient emperors of the central region, an ancient emperor under the heavenly emperor Yushu. Rumble, rumble. 2 explosions rang out. The blood that filled the area was stirred up by the ancient emperors and turned into a huge blood mist vortex. Could it be? Among the 4 sovereign families, the nether demon emperor seemed to have guessed something, and his face changed. They want to sacrifice as well. The killing intent in the sky demonic emperor's eyes intensified. They had used the ancient divine power to explode millions of martial artists in the sky region. Firstly, they wanted to intimidate the martial artists of the sky region. Secondly, they wanted to use the flesh and blood of millions of martial artists as sacrifices to perform a forbidden technique to kill the ancient emperors of the sky region. But now, the ancient emperors of the sky domain had seized the opportunity to sacrifice the flesh and blood of millions of martial artists before they could do so. At the thought of this, the sky demonic emperor's cold eyes swept across the ancient emperors of the extraterritorial demon race, mainly the ancient emperors of the 4 sovereign families and the 9 great royal families. The ancient emperors of the sky region had done this because they knew that they would use their ancient divine power to explode the martial artists of the sky region. Therefore, they had been waiting for this opportunity. They had spies from the sky region in the extraterritorial demon race, and these spies had a high status in the extraterritorial demon race. Otherwise, they would not have known about this plan. Sacrifice. Unfortunately, there was no time for the sky demonic emperor to investigate. The ancient emperors of the imperial sky emperor's subordinates immediately performed the sacrifice after purifying the flesh and blood of the martial artists. A simple and unadorned ring appeared in his hand. It rose into the air and merged with the huge blood vortex. Almost at the same time, the ancient emperors under the sky suppression ghost emperor, the 4 symbols Tao emperor, the ancient mystic demonic emperor, the blood spirit emperor, the heaven spite sword emperor, and the earth underworld mystic emperor all took out an ancient item. Among these ancient items there were ancient swords, broken ancient banners, satin, bracelets, and so on. That is, Qin Yu's eyes flashed when he saw the ancient items that the 7 ancient emperors threw out. Kacha! The 7 ancient items exploded the moment they came into contact with the blood mist. Immediately, 7 dazzling immortal lights with majestic immortal might bloomed from the blood mist vortex. The power was so strong that the void was destroyed inch by inch. This was true destruction. They completely disappeared, turning into pitch-black spatial cracks. They could not be restored like when they were destroyed by force. Immortal chi... Damn it. They actually sacrificed immortal treasures. The Sky Demonic Emperor was the first to react. He immediately understood that the 7 ancient items that the 7 ancient emperors had sacrificed were immortal treasures. What were immortal treasures? They were immortal treasures that could only be refined and used by ancient immortals in the immortal ancient era. Although the immortal ancient era was long gone, and ancient immortals had become legends, many immortal treasures refined by ancient immortals were left behind. Chapter 601. In the heaven domain, there were many immortal inheritances and sacred grounds that had existed for a long time, and many of them had immortal treasures. Of course, given the heavenly domain's current martial realm, even an ancient emperor would not be able to activate a celestial treasure. However, this didn't stop immortal treasures from becoming the cornerstone immortal treasures of the various great powers, just like now explode. After sacrificing the 7 immortal treasures, the 7 ancient emperors formed hand seals and roared thunderously, shaking the sky. The earth-shattering explosion that everyone had expected did not happen. Instead, there was only an immortal light that was so dazzling that even the ancient emperors could not look at it directly. It filled the heavens and earth, penetrating through everything. Puff! Puff! Amidst the dazzling and terrifying immortal light, the sound of flesh being pierced could be heard. It sounded as if someone's body was being pierced by a sword. However, at the level of ancient emperors, venerable sovereigns, and martial emperors, their physical bodies were impenetrable by fire and water. Even divine weapons could hardly penetrate their bodies. However, at this moment, the clear sound of flesh being pierced through could be heard. If someone could see through the immortal light, they would be able to see it. The 7 sacrificed immortal treasures radiated immortal light like immortal weapons that easily pierced through the ancient emperor's sacred ancestors of the extraterritorial devil race. All those that were penetrated by the immortal light were instantly obliterated, and they were completely obliterated without a trace of flesh or blood remaining. The ancient emperors and venerable sovereigns of the heaven domain were enveloped by a thin layer of starry veil, blocking all the immortal light. Shockingly, that layer of star veil was an immortal artifact as well. Therefore, while the extraterritorial demon clan had suffered heavy casualties, only the martial emperors from the sky domain had been killed. Damn it! Demonic release! The celestial demon emperor and the other demon emperors were furious. They used their ultimate moves to resist the immortal light. However, it was a pity that the explosion of 7 immortal treasures was so powerful that even Heavenly Devil Emperor and the others who had been ancient emperors for countless years could not withstand it. In an instant, the celestial demon emperor and the other sacred ancestors of the demon race, who were closest to him, were severely injured, their auras weakening. Fortunately, the extraterritorial devil race had mobilized over 1,000 ancient emperors to resist the destructive immortal light of the 7 immortal treasures. When the celestial light completely dissipated, everyone could not help but gasp when they looked at the ancient emperor realm in the sky again. The explosion of the 7 immortal artifacts had killed nearly 100 ancient emperors of the extraterritorial devil race. One had to know that this was the ancient emperor realm, regardless of whether it was in the heavenly region or the extraterritorial region. This was a peak existence that could establish a sect. But now, under the destructive immortal light, it couldn't resist in the slightest. It completely disappeared, and not even a trace of it was left. The surviving ancient emperors of the demon race were also severely injured. Their fighting strength was greatly diminished. As for the remaining sovereigns and martial emperors, millions of them had disappeared. Previously, the extraterritorial demon race had ignited their ancient divine power and killed millions of martial artists in the heaven domain. Now, in just a few breaths of time, the sky region had given them a taste of their own medicine. Not only had they caused the extraterritorial devil race to lose millions of combat strength, They had even killed close to 100 ancient emperors. The combat strength of close to 100 ancient emperors was enough to crush the millions of demons. It could be said that the extraterritorial devil race had suffered far more losses than the martial artists in the Heaven Domain. Initially, the two sides were evenly matched. After the continuous changes, the martial artists in the Heaven Domain had gained the absolute upper hand. After all, the Heaven Domain had gained close to 100 more ancient emperors. Success. Set up a spiritual barrier and trap them. The ancient emperors of the Heaven Domain were extremely shocked by the explosion of the 7 immortal artifacts. But when the immortal light disappeared, they came to their senses and were extremely excited. Their auras soared to the sky. 5 of the ancient emperors of the 7 major forces took out their immortal artifacts and set up a huge spiritual barrier, trapping the divine ancestors of the 4 sovereign tribes and the 9 royal tribes of the extraterritorial devil race. Damn it! Break this spiritual barrier immediately. The demonic chi on the celestial demonic emperor's body had recovered. When he saw the spiritual barrier trapping them, the demonic chi on his body soared to the sky, and he turned into a huge, ferocious demon. The other 3 sovereign tribes and the 9 royal tribes also attacked furiously. Their demonic chi was shocking, and their combat strength was enough to destroy the world. The celestial demonic emperor and the others knew that once they were trapped, the extraterritorial devil race army would be like a group of dragons without a leader, and they would become a pile of loose sand. Therefore, they had to break the spiritual barrier, act according to the plan, before the celestial demonic emperor and the others rush out. We must try our best to kill the ancient emperors of the extraterritorial devil race. North Emperor Luan, Emperor Tien, and the other senior emperors immediately rushed toward the celestial demonic emperor and the others. As they rushed out, they hurriedly gave orders to the ancient emperors of the Heaven Domain. The celestial demonic emperor and the others were the top existences among the divine ancestors of the extraterritorial ancient emperors. In the Heaven Domain, only North Emperor Luan and the other senior emperors could deal with them. Of course, they could only deal with them and delay them. It was impossible for them to kill them. Kill. The other ancient emperors of the Heaven Domain immediately rushed toward the other ancient emperors of the extraterritorial devil race. The heavily injured extraterritorial devil race army was now in a difficult situation. They could only defend themselves and no longer had the momentum they had before to break through the demonic spirit territory and invade the spiritual state. The people of the Central Continent have infiltrated the extraterritorial devil race so deeply. Qin Yu watched the entire battle and knew that the extraterritorial devil race's invasion was going to end in failure again. To be honest, with the extraterritorial devil race's strength, if the Heaven Domain's warriors had not infiltrated the devil race and learned of their plan in advance and sacrificed the blood of millions of warriors, the Heaven Domain's warriors would not have been able to resist the extraterritorial devil race's invasion. It would not be easy for the Heaven Domain to resist the extraterritorial devil race's invasion. At the very least, the price they would have to pay would be more than the millions of warriors. The previous invasions of the extraterritorial devil race were always protracted battles. Whether it was the Heaven Domain's 9 continents or the extraterritorial devil race, they would pay a price that far exceeded the millions of warriors. Just as Qin Yu was observing the battle, he suddenly sensed an extremely faint fluctuation of soul energy. It was as fast as lightning and fiercely pounced at him. It was so fast that even Qin Yu, who was in the ancient emperor realm, could not catch it. Demonic chi, is it trying to take over my body? If there was demonic chi in the soul power, then the result was obvious. It was definitely an extraterritorial devil race. Just the fluctuation of soul power and the speed that Qin Yu could not catch meant that it was most likely one of the extraterritorial devil race's ancient emperor race that had been killed by the explosion of the immortal treasure. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed in them. He had no intention of getting involved in the battle, but he did not expect the extraterritorial devil race to take the initiative to find him. Swoosh! The void in front of Qin Yu shook slightly like the surface of a lake that was blown by a breeze, and faint ripples appeared. And at this moment, a black light that cannot be seen with the naked eye flashed and appeared in the void. With a flash, it entered Qin Yu's body and disappeared. Chapter 602. Damn it! When this divine ancestor takes over this body, I will definitely turn your heaven domain upside down. An exasperated old voice appeared in Qin Yu's Sea of Soul. A monstrous evil demon Qi enveloped Qin Yu's entire Sea of Soul, as if it was about to devour Qin Yu's soul. So it's the Soul Demon clan. No wonder the demonic soul could escape from the explosion of the immortal treasure. Unfortunately, if you want to take over this body, you have found the wrong person. In the Sea of Soul, Qin Yu's figure condensed, and an unparalleled dragon power swept out. Streams of dragon qi, like a ferocious Shenron, instantly tore apart the spreading demon qi. This is you. You are at the ancient emperor realm. The soul demon was horrified. Qin Yu's cultivation was only at the 7th grade sovereign realm. How could his sovereign soul be so powerful that it had reached the ancient emperor realm? This kind of thing was completely illogical. Such an extreme invasion. I would like to see what has happened to your extraterritorial demon clan. Qin Yu ignored the soul demon's shock. With a thought, the dragon qi became thousands of times more condensed and pounced on the soul demon. Humph! You are courting death. The soul demon came to his senses and snorted coldly. Although he did not know how Qin Yu's sovereign soul had reached the ancient emperor realm, Qin Yu's cultivation was indeed only at the 7th grade sovereign realm. As the ancient emperor's divine ancestor, the soul demon naturally did not care about a mere 7th grade sovereign realm. Soul-devouring magic. Without any hesitation, the soul demon immediately used his extraordinary divine ability. A huge black and evil demon mist vortex condensed and appeared. Qin Yu's condensed dragon qi was completely devoured by the demon mist vortex, leaving nothing behind. He, Junior, hand over your body obediently. The soul demon laughed, wildly and evil. Countless demon spells spread out from the black mist vortex, trying to seal and occupy Qin Yu's sovereign soul. Seal! Qin Yu's expression did not change in the slightest. He only lightly spat out a word. Immediately, a long and distant dragon roar that seemed to have come from ancient times rang out from the black mist vortex formed by the soul demons. There was a loud bang. The soul demon let out a miserable howl as the demonic fog whirlpool exploded. Ancient dragon curses firmly sealed the demonic fog. This is the immortal sealing curse that was long lost in inheritance from a mortal ancient. Who are you? This time, the soul demon was completely stunned. According to the legends, the immortal sealing curse was a supreme immortal curse that could seal ancient immortals. However, with the passing of the immortal ancient, this immortal curse had long been lost. The soul demon could not believe that Qin Yu had mastered such a supreme immortal technique. Refine! An indifferent voice rang out from Qin Yu's mouth. The ancient dragon curses immediately trembled as if they were sentient, completely sealing and refining the soul demon. The immortal sealing spell required the use of immortal energy. Even if Qin Yu saw the immortal sealing spell, he would not be able to use it. However, Qin Yu had integrated his comprehension of the immortal sealing curse into the dragon clan's divine ability and secret technique, forming a unique dragon clan sealing technique. Soon, the soul demon's devil soul was completely refined by Qin Yu, and it was truly dead. If it were an ordinary ancient emperor, even with the dragon clan sealing technique, Qin Yu could not kill it so easily. However, this soul demon only had a devil soul. Coincidentally, Qin Yu's sovereign soul had also reached the ancient emperor realm. Therefore, under the attack of Qin Yu, who could use the dragon clan sealing technique, the soul demon could not resist at all, and its soul was completely scattered. This aura of a soul emperor when Qin Yu used his sovereign soul to cast the Dragon Clan's sealing technique to kill the soul demon. In the chaotic battle in the distance, a figure seemed to have sensed something. After killing dozens of demon emperors from the extraterritorial realm with a punch, he turned his head to look in the direction of Qin Yu. I see. No wonder the extraterritorial demon race would invade on such a large scale. At this time, Qin Yu had already refined the devil soul of the soul demon and obtained its memory. This demon race had a high status among the 4 great imperial clans of the soul demon race. He was the direct elder brother of the soul demon emperor. From his memory, Qin Yu learned that the demon source of the extraterritorial demon race was getting weaker and weaker and might be completely exhausted. At this point, Qin Yu understood why the extraterritorial demon race would invade the 9 provinces of the heaven domain on such a large scale. The extraterritorial demon race had no way out. Immortal, exterminating, divine, power-killing array? After learning the truth of the extraterritorial demon race's invasion, Qin Yu also found out that the extraterritorial demon race had left behind a killer move to deal with the ancient emperors of the heaven domain. A killing array from the immortal ancient era. Qin Yu's eyes flickered, and he was faintly interested. The immortal, exterminating, divine, power-killing array was a killing array from the immortal ancient era. With the ancient divine power as the foundation, 99 divine power altars were laid out. If the ancient emperors sacrificed themselves to activate it, its power would be enough to easily kill an ancient emperor. Even without the sacrifice of living beings, the immortal, exterminating, divine, power-killing array was enough to threaten the ancient emperors. Even the ancient emperors of the older generation would not be able to resist it. Although Qin Yu had mastered many ancient arrays, including many killing arrays from the immemorial era, he had never mastered a killing array from the immortal ancient era. No, the immortal exterminating array in the immortal exterminating ancient diagram that Qin Yu had obtained was very likely the immortal ancient killing array. However, Qin Yu now had complete control of the immortal exterminating ancient diagram. If he forcibly used it, he would still suffer a backlash. Therefore, Qin Yu was interested in the immortal exterminating divine power killing array set up by the extraterritorial demon race. Once Qin Yu's revenge began, it was very likely to set off a bloody storm in the heaven region. Even in the 9 prefectures, several prefectures might join forces. Now that he had seen such a huge and terrifying killing move, Qin Yu naturally would not let it go so easily. Immediately, Qin Yu flew through the sky and landed at a certain region of the Devil's Spirit territory. This was the place where the extraterritorial demon race had set up the immortal, exterminating, divine power-killing array. It was also the place where the divine power of the millions of martial artists in the heaven region spontaneously ignited. Boom! Just as Qin Yu was about to break the hidden restriction, a vast Tao power came crashing down with endless power. It was as if the sky had collapsed. Qin Yu instantly sensed it and immediately dodged to the side, avoiding the destructive attack. It's him. Within the divine dragon ancient seal, the dragon soul's eyes flickered with cold, killing intent. Qin Yu's eyes were also cold and indifferent. That familiar Tao power, Qin Yu did not need to look up to know who had attacked. The Tao of heavenly stars. In the entire heaven region, only one person had comprehended this Tao power. Indeed, in the void, a figure surrounded by starlight stepped down from the void. It was as if he was an immortal. This person was the 7-star ancient emperor. You can actually avoid my heavenly star's light. Junior, which sect are you from? The 7-star ancient emperor stared at Qin Yu. Faint starlight flickered in his deep eyes. This old man is using a secret technique. Could it be that he has discovered our identity? The dragon soul sensed it, and its eyes flickered with killing intent. Chapter 603. I don't belong to any sect, Qin Yu said flatly. When his emperor's soul had recovered to the ancient emperor realm, he was no longer afraid of being detected by any secret techniques. Of course, It would be a different story if the ancient emperor directly searched his soul. However, from the fact that the seven-star ancient emperor wanted to kill him without hesitation, it was highly likely that the ancient emperor was suspicious of him. Since he was suspicious, the seven-star ancient emperor would verify it. The best way to do so was to kill him directly. At the level of the ancient emperor realm, killing people was a common occurrence for them. You don't belong to any sect? You are so young, and yet you don't belong to any sect. Looks like you have extraordinary talent. Why don't you become my disciple? I am the seven-star ancient emperor of the East continent. The seven-star ancient emperor said after his secret technique failed to detect Sumo's identity. Although his secret technique was useless, the suspicion that the seven-star ancient emperor had toward Qin Yu grew even stronger. Although Qin Yu's appearance, cultivation, and aura were different, the seven-star ancient emperor felt that he was very similar to the dragon god emperor. Of course, the most important thing was the fluctuation of the emperor's soul that the seven-star ancient emperor had sensed earlier. During the battle at the immortal god graveyard, the seven-star ancient emperor had almost died in the hands of Qin Yu. Hence, the fluctuation of Qin Yu's emperor soul was still fresh in his memory. Although he knew that it was impossible, he could not get rid of the suspicion in his heart. I am sorry. I am used to being idle, and I am not interested in becoming a disciple, said Qin Yu indifferently. Since the seven-star ancient emperor had already become suspicious, it was naturally impossible for him to deceive the ancient emperor. Hence, Qin Yu could not be bothered to disguise himself. Are you going to take action? The dragon's soul sensed Qin Yu's killing intent, and the killing intent in its heart surged. Although I didn't expect to be recognized here, this is the best place to fight. Qin Yu looked into the distance and saw the ancient emperors of the sky domain fighting with the extraterritorial demon race. The killing intent in his heart intensified. With Qin Yu's current cultivation of a seventh-grade emperor, he had no chance of winning against an experienced emperor like the seven-star ancient emperor. However, the situation was different now. Because you're used to being idle? Since that's the case, then forget it. Qin Yu's attitude made the seven-star ancient emperor even more suspicious. He chuckled and prepared to leave. Swish, 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 swish. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the seven-star ancient emperor pointed his right index finger, and countless rays of starlight shot out from his fingertip. Every single one of those starlights contained peerless power of the Tao, and it was enough to shatter space and destroy all Taos in the world. This was the Tao of the heavenly stars that the seven-star ancient emperor had comprehended, the Tao of the falling stars, which was known for its destructive power. Dong! Qin Yu, who was already prepared, waved his sleeve, and the space before him began to ripple. This was none other than the dragon soul's space-time ability, spatial distortion. It actually changed the depth of space. The seven-star ancient monarch's eyes flickered coldly as he gently waved his right hand. The starlight immediately avoided the distorted space and lunged at Qin Yu from all directions. Appear! After using the space-time ability to distort space, Qin Yu immediately stomped his right foot. Layers of ancient and mysterious demonic runes appeared and formed a mysterious divine power boundary. Qin Yu chanted the ancient runes and formed a seal with his hands. The divine power in his body surged, and he passed through the divine power boundary without any hindrance and appeared within it. Rumble! The moment Qin Yu disappeared, the seven-star ancient emperor's starlight pierced through the weak point of the distorted space and attacked fiercely. The divine power boundary shook violently, but it was not attacked. Immediately after, violent and destructive Tao ripples swept through the area. Everything within a radius of several thousand miles was destroyed into a mess. Only a gigantic ancient formation made of divine power appeared in the void. The Divine Power Ancient Array was formed by 99 huge Divine Power altars, and it looked extremely mysterious. Divine Power? Demonic Qi? When the seven-star ancient emperor saw the divine power ancient array in the divine power boundary, his eyes turned solemn. Within the divine power ancient array, there was pure demonic chi from the extraterritorial realm. Other than that, it also contained extremely terrifying ancient divine power. The two great powers intertwined and merged perfectly. The ripples that were emitted made even the seven-star ancient emperor, who was as strong as the older generation ancient emperor, feel a chill in his heart. Could this be the killing move prepared by the extraterritorial demon race? Although the seven-star ancient emperor was not the ancient emperor of the Middle Region and did not know the exact invasion plan of the extraterritorial demon race, he could roughly deduce it from the fusion of demonic chi and divine power. However, when he saw how easily Chinyu passed through the divine power boundary and was able to control the ancient divine power, the suspicion in the seven-star ancient emperor's heart dissipated slightly. Since Chinyu was from the extraterritorial demon race, the possibility of him being the dragon god emperor was very small. Of course, no matter how small the possibility was, the seven-star ancient emperor still had to check it out. If Chinyu was really the dragon god emperor, then this was definitely the best opportunity to eliminate him. Is that divine power? Divine power altar? An altar formed by divine power? In that case, it was left behind by the extraterritorial demon race. That is the seven-star ancient emperor of the East continent. It seems like the seven-star ancient emperor has seen through the extraterritorial demon race's plot and is now killing the extraterritorial demon race. The appearance of the seven-star ancient emperor and the 10,000-foot divine power killing array attracted the attention of many people even in this chaotic and destructive battlefield. The immortal, vanquishing divine power killing array has been activated. Who did it? The immortal, vanquishing divine power killing array requires 8 ancient divine beast spirits to activate. The 8 ancient divine beast spirits only belong to the 4 sovereign tribes and the 9 sovereign tribes. It seems like the divine ancestors of the sovereign tribes and the sovereign tribes have taken action. Let's go and help. We must activate the divine power killing array. The experts of the extraterritorial demon race had also noticed the immortal, vanquishing divine power killing array and were preparing to go and help. However, it was a pity that they had just moved when they were stopped by the ancient emperors of the heaven domain. This is the mysterious person who took away the ancient heavenly rock spirit. At this moment, the heavenly demonic emperor and the others who were trapped by the ancient emperors of the heaven domain turned pale. Each of the 8 ancient divine power relics of the heaven domain was guarded by an ancient divine beast spirit. However, the extraterritorial demon race, who controlled the activation of the 8 ancient divine power relics, only controlled 7 ancient divine beast spirits. No one knew who had taken away the ancient heavenly rock spirit secretly. Because of this, the extraterritorial demon race had conducted a large-scale search internally. In the end, they did not find anything. The extraterritorial demon race concluded that the person who had taken away the ancient heavenly rock spirit was not a martial artist of the heaven domain. However, they did not expect that the person who had taken away the ancient heavenly rock spirit would appear at this moment. What was worse was that the person who had taken so much effort to prepare the killing array was also discovered by him. This was a much greater blow to the extraterritorial demon race than when the ancient emperors had been killed by the explosion of the celestial treasure. Now, they could only hope that the person who had taken away the ancient heavenly rock spirit was from the demon race. Otherwise, this invasion plan would be completely ruined. Chapter 604. Dragon Soul. To what extent can you open your space-time mirage? In the immortal, vanquishing, divine power-killing array, Chinyu's divine power seal appeared on his palm. He was as fast as a shooting star as he flew past the 99 divine power altars. Every time he passed by an altar, Chinyu would rapidly send out a palm strike. His divine energy would spread out. In an instant, those 99 altars were activated. An extremely terrifying killing intent was emitted from the immortal, vanquishing, divine power-killing array. It was as though an immemorial demon had awakened and wanted to slaughter everything in the world. Even if I use all my strength, I can only open it up to 10,000 feet. It is impossible to use it as a battlefield against the 7-star ancient emperor. The dragon's soul understood what Qin Yu meant and said directly, "It would be great if it could trap the 7-star ancient emperor." However, even though the dragon's soul had comprehended the space-time Tao, its cultivation was inferior. The space-time mirage could not withstand the power of the ancient emperor realm. "Can you hold on for 3 breaths of time?" Qin Yu asked again as he looked at the 7-star ancient emperor, who was surrounded by starlight and ready to use his mystique. 3 breaths of time? I should be able to. However, I will have to borrow the origin dragon world of the other dragon tribes. The dragon's soul pondered for a moment and said, "All the dragon tribes are at your disposal. No matter what, you have to use the space-time mirage to trap the 7-star ancient emperor for 3 breaths of time." Qin Yu's eyes were cold and determined. After 3 breaths of time, the 7-star ancient emperor would die. Rumble. Kacha! Under the fierce attacks of the 7-star ancient emperor, the immortal vanquishing divine power-killing array did not last long before it was broken. Spots of starlight instantly scattered across the entire divine power-killing array. The 7-star ancient emperor appeared in front of Qin Yu like a ghost. Die. This time, the 7-star ancient emperor did not waste his breath. He pointed his finger, and the starlight pierced through the void. Regardless of Qin Yu's identity, there was no need to fear him when he was dead. Let's see who will be the one who will die. Qin Yu laughed maniacally. He formed a seal with both hands and shouted. The god energy in his body boiled. Immediately, the entire immortal vanquishing divine power-killing array shook, and an unparalleled killing intent swept across the 9 heavens. The starlight Tao mystique that the 7-star ancient emperor had executed was shattered by the killing intent. What a powerful force! The eyes of the 7-star ancient emperor flashed with astonishment. Although he had long sensed that the divine formation was extraordinary, he still didn't expect that even his Tao arts and divine abilities would be shattered so easily. Formation rise. The killing intent in Qin Yu's eyes skyrocketed. As expected of an immortal killing formation, its might was truly terrifying. Immediately, without the slightest delay, Qin Yu activated the entire formation array. The 99 altars were covered by a thick divine light, which transformed into an ancient divine power incantation. The entire divine array transformed into a huge array diagram. Qin Yu was in the center of the formation diagram, controlling the god power ancient incantations formed by the 99 sacrificial altars. The 7-star ancient emperor was trapped in the formation diagram. Dragon Soul. The moment the immortal vanquishing divine power-killing array was activated, Qin Yu immediately shouted, "Appear!" The dragon soul, which was already prepared, immediately executed the space-time mystique. Accompanied by a loud and majestic dragon roar, an independent ethereal world appeared. Qin Yu and the 7-star ancient emperor were immediately kept in the space-time ethereal world. Dragon roar? The 7-star ancient emperor's suspicions had dissipated. However, when he heard the majestic dragon roar, his suspicions intensified. Even if Qin Yu was the dragon god emperor's supremacy, he definitely had something to do with the dragon god emperor's supremacy. Green dragon battling the heavens. Heaven punishing war emperor transformation. Qin Yu's eyes were extremely cold. Dark green dragon scales appeared all over his body, and his aura skyrocketed. Divine light flashed in his hand continuously, and an ancient divine spear appeared with boundless might. At this moment, dragon roars resounded from Qin Yu's body and shook the 9 heavens. Heaven-devouring dragon seal. Dragon god dominating body. 9 nether purgatory. Heavenly stellar sacred light. Divine firmament world destroying lightning. Golden heaven incinerating golden flames. Bloodthirsty hell. Numerous divine abilities and secret techniques of the dragon clan were executed by Qin Yu in an instant. The aura on Qin Yu's body rose sharply to a frightening level in an instant. Although it was not comparable to the ancient emperor realm, even high-level divine sovereigns would feel fearful. Green dragon battling the heavens. It's really you. The seven-star ancient emperor, who was originally trapped in the space-time ethereal world, was not bothered. However, when he sensed Qin Yu's green dragon battling the heavens and other secret techniques, his face changed drastically. In the entire heaven domain, only Qin Yu knew the dragon art of the immemorial war dragon art. Even Xing Luo, who was inseparable from Qin Yu, did not know it. Now that Qin Yu had used it, Qin Yu's identity as the dragon god emperor supremacy was naturally revealed. How is this possible? It's impossible. When the suspicion in his heart was confirmed, the seven-star ancient emperor could no longer remain calm. An uncontrollable sense of fear appeared in his heart. In the past, Qin Yu's title as the dragon god emperor supremacy had suppressed all the ancient emperors in the heaven domain. Although the seven-star ancient emperor was an older generation ancient emperor, he did not have the slightest bit of courage in front of Qin Yu. When Qin Yu was at his peak, he had appeared in the extraterritorial battlefield alone and caused the extraterritorial demon race to give up on invading. Naturally, one could imagine how terrifying that power was. Seven-star ancient emperor, long time no see. Qin Yu held the divine spear in his hand and was surrounded by divine arrays. His appearance had returned to normal, and he looked at the seven-star ancient emperor indifferently. It's really you. Why aren't you dead? You should be dead by now. When the seven-star ancient emperor saw Qin Yu's original appearance, he was even more shocked and could not help but take a few steps back. Previously, in order to ensure that Qin Yu was really dead, they had investigated thoroughly and confirmed that Qin Yu's soul had dissipated. That was truly the death of one's soul. Qin Yu definitely did not have the slightest chance of survival. However, why was Qin Yu still standing there perfectly fine? One could disguise one's appearance and body. However, the fluctuations of emperor spirits were real and could not be faked. You guys tried your best to plot against me and put me in a desperate situation. However, you did not expect me to have consumed the reincarnation elixir and enter the reincarnation cycle, right? Qin Yu smiled coldly, and it seemed like he was not in a hurry to make a move. Qin Yu had allowed the Dragon Soul's space-time illusory world to last for 3 breaths of time. That was the 3 breaths of time during the battle with the seven-star ancient emperor. If they did not fight, it would not matter even if it lasted for 300 years, let alone 3 breaths of time. The space-time illusory world was the strongest space-time Tao that the Dragon Soul could control. If it was searched from the outside world, even an ancient emperor would not be able to find it easily. Therefore, Qin Yu was not worried that someone would come in and disturb him. Of course, the reason why Qin Yu was talking nonsense with the seven-star ancient emperor was because he wanted to completely control the immortal, vanquishing, divine power-killing array. After all, the immortal, vanquishing, divine power-killing array was a killing move that the extraterritorial demon race had prepared to kill the ancient emperors of the sky region. Although Qin Yu could control the ancient heavenly rock spirit and completely control the ancient divine power, he still needed some time to fully control the immortal, vanquishing, divine power-killing array. Chapter 605 Reincarnation Elixir? Reincarnation of the Soul. When the seven-star ancient emperor heard this, he was stunned and shook his head. No, that's impossible. We have already destroyed your soul. It's impossible for you to be reincarnated. Long ago, the dragon god sovereign's soul had been scattered in the graveyard of the immortal god. The 13 ancient emperors would not have missed out on Qin Yu's soul. Now, Qin Yu was saying that he had reincarnated? This was absolutely impossible, not to mention reincarnating. Even possessing someone else's body was an impossible task. You can't be the dragon god emperor? Did you inherit the legacy of the Dragon God Emperor? The 7-star ancient emperor calmed down. It was impossible for the Dragon God Emperor to be reincarnated. In that case, the current Chinyu was either possessed or not the Dragon God Emperor at all. Destroyed my soul. Chinyu looked at the 7-star ancient emperor, and a strange look flashed across his cold eyes. Could it be that his soul had been destroyed in the graveyard of the immortal god? The reincarnation elixir could only allow the host's soul to retain the memories of the previous life. If one's soul was completely destroyed, even the reincarnation immortal elixir would not be able to reincarnate. Xing Luo had joined forces with the heaven-suppressing Ghost Emperor and the 12 ancient emperors to kill him. He could not let his soul escape. What the hell was going on? Qin Yu was unable to refrain himself from feeling puzzled. I'd like to see what kind of thing you are. The 7-star ancient emperor, who had calmed down, shouted angrily. His robe fluttered, and his Dao power was condensed to the extreme. An extremely frightening Dao technique pressure exploded from the 7-star ancient emperor, and the void started to crack like layers of waves. With the immortal, vanquishing, divine power-killing array at the center of Chinyu, the entire void started to tremble. Dragon Soul, get ready. Seeing this, Chinyu immediately suppressed the thoughts in his mind. His hands, which were covered in green dragon scales, rapidly changed seals. As long as he could kill the 7-star ancient emperor, he would be able to find out whether or not his soul had been completely extinguished. Ong 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 ong. Deafening dragon roars resounded in the space-time virtual world. The dragon's power was ferocious, and it was not any weaker than the Dao techniques of the ancient emperor realm. This short delay time had already allowed Chinyu to completely control the immortal, exterminating divine power-killing array. Now, Chinyu was combining the divine abilities and secret arts of the dragon race with the power of the immortal, vanquishing divine power-killing formation. It could be said that the current Chinyu was no weaker than an ancient emperor. After all, the immortal, vanquishing divine power-killing array was meticulously prepared by the extraterritorial devil race to kill the ancient emperors of the heavenly region. If the celestial demonic emperor and the others were in control of it, one move would be enough to kill an ancient emperor. Qin Yu's cultivation was too weak, and he was unable to fully activate the power of the immortal, vanquishing, divine power-killing array. Even so, Qin Yu had the power of an ancient emperor. Die. When the 7-star ancient emperor saw this, the killing intent in his eyes intensified. 7-star reincarnation. An ancient star mark appeared between the 7-star ancient emperor's eyebrows. Soon after, 7 dazzling stars appeared behind him, and each of them contained unparalleled Dao techniques. Even though the 7-star ancient emperor was in the space-time virtual world and was isolated from the outside world, there was still an endless amount of heavenly star energy pouring into him. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As the 7-star ancient emperor moved his right hand, the 7 dazzling stars turned into 7 rays of starlight and shot towards the immortal, vanquishing, divine power-killing array. They were as fast as meteors falling from the sky. The 7-star ancient emperor could tell that Qin Yu had borrowed the power of the immortal, vanquishing, divine power-killing array to possess such strength. As long as he could destroy the immortal, vanquishing, divine power-killing array, Qin Yu would be at his mercy. Rumble. In the space-time virtual world, there was a sound that resembled a tsunami. The entire space-time virtual world shook even more violently, and space cracks started to appear in the void. The 7-star ancient emperor was an ancient emperor expert of the heaven region. The Dao techniques that he had comprehended were too terrifying. Even though the dragon soul was supported by the space-time energy and the origin dragon world energy of the golden flames heaven-incinerating dragon, it was still unable to withstand the Dao techniques. 9 revolutions of divine array open the heavens and earth, dominate the ages. Qin Yu's eyes were indifferent, and he was not shaken by the 7-star ancient emperor's Dao techniques. After Qin Yu chanted the ancient incantation, the divine power ancient incantation formed by the divine power sacrificial altars and the immortal vanquishing divine power killing array, started to shake violently. Divine inscriptions started to spread out and connected with each other to form 9 palace divine arrays. They stacked on top of each other and boosted Qin Yu's strength. Chaotic heaven and earth, skybreaker. Seeing that the 7-star ancient emperor's 7 rays of starlight had reached the divine arrays, Qin Yu pushed his hands in the air. 9 ancient divine incantations with supreme divine power rushed out and collided with the 7-star ancient emperor's 7 rays of Tao techniques in the void. Rumble. A shockwave that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth exploded in the space-time virtual world. The space-time virtual world, which already had space cracks, started to shake violently. More and more space cracks appeared, and they eventually covered the entire space-time virtual world. At first glance, the space-time virtual world was like a glass ball that was filled with cracks. It looked like it could collapse and explode at any time. He blocked it. The 7-star ancient emperor's eyes narrowed, and he looked at the scene in disbelief. One should know that he had not held back when he had used the 7-star reincarnation. It was his trump card. In the past, the 7-star ancient emperor had used this move to kill an ancient emperor. Now, Qin Yu, who had raised his cultivation level to the ancient emperor realm with the help of the divine killing array, had blocked his attack with ease. This made the 7-star ancient emperor feel a chill in his heart. The current Qin Yu had an invincible aura that matched perfectly with the dragon god emperor of the past. As expected, the Tao techniques of the ancient emperor realm are too strong. The space-time virtual world can only withstand one more attack. Otherwise, it will collapse completely. Within the divine dragon ancient seal, the dragon soul said solemnly. Dragon aura surged, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Once the 7-star ancient emperor escaped from the space-time virtual world, it would be impossible to catch him again with the ancient emperor realm's creation realm techniques. Moreover, once the 7-star ancient emperor escaped, Qin Yu's identity would be exposed. Even though Qin Yu had sufficient means to deal with the ancient emperor, it would still be a disaster. The difference between dealing with one ancient emperor and a group of ancient emperors was like heaven and earth. Once is enough. Qin Yu's ice-cold and indifferent gaze was filled with killing intent. The time was ripe. Next, the 7-star ancient emperor would undoubtedly die. Chapter 606. 7-star forbidden skill. At this moment, the horrified 7-star ancient emperor unleashed his killer move again. This time, it was even more ferocious than before. Immortal extermination array unseal. With a thought from Qin Yu, the ancient immortal ancient diagram that had been sealed in the depths of the divine dragon ancient seal trembled slightly. The strongest immortal extermination array was completely unsealed at this moment. Immediately, waves of killing intent as vast as the ocean and capable of engulfing the heavens filled Qin Yu's entire body in an instant. Even the space around Qin Yu was torn apart. Crack! Qin Yu's entire body was covered with cyan-colored dragon scales. Numerous cracks had appeared on his body. Dense blood was surging out from them. Even though Qin Yu's cultivation had reached 7th grade sovereign and he had entered the divine dragon body and heaven-battling azure dragon state, the power of the immortal extermination array was still unbearable for Qin Yu. One should know that even when Qin Yu was at his peak in his previous life, he could barely control the immortal extermination array. With Qin Yu's current cultivation, he would naturally suffer a huge backlash if he completely unsealed the power of the immortal extermination array. Of course, the strongest part of the immortal extermination array was not the immortal extermination array. It was when the heaven extermination array, God extermination array, and immortal extermination array were combined into the immortal extermination ancient diagram. However, Qin Yu had never managed to combine the 3 arrays. Even when he was at his peak, he could not do it. Although the ancient immortal ancient diagram did not have immortal might, there was no doubt that it was an immortal item from the immortal ancient era. Qin Yu guessed that only when he had surpassed the peak of the ancient emperor realm, which was the 9th level of the martial path, could he completely combine the 3 arrays into the immortal extermination ancient diagram. Immortal extermination array? Could it be it's really him? Sensing the familiar killing intent from the immortal extermination array, the 7-star ancient emperor's face trembled slightly. His eyes were filled with unerasable fear. The 7-star ancient emperor had witnessed how terrifying the immortal extermination array was during the battle at the graveyard of the immortal god. During that battle, at least 30 ancient emperors had lost their lives to the immortal extermination diagram. Even the ancient emperors of the older generation had suffered greatly under the immortal extermination array. Of course, the 7-star ancient emperor would not back down now that he had already used his forbidden technique. Forbidden technique, 9 transformations, reverse yellow springs. The 7-star ancient emperor yelled and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The essence blood fused with the 7 stars, causing the aura emitted by the 7 stars to become even more terrifying. Immortal exterminating divine power. Immortal extermination ancient formation. God destroyer. Immortal execution. Qin Yu soared into the sky with the immortal exterminating divine power killing array. The combination of the immortal exterminating array and the immortal exterminating divine power killing array sent the entire space-time ethereal world into chaos. Whoosh! As Qin Yu and the 7-star ancient emperor's attacks clashed, the sound of tearing cloth echoed in the space-time illusionary world. Pucci! In the next moment, the sound of flesh and blood exploding could be heard. A thick smell of blood permeated the air. A dazzling white light with unparalleled killing intent streaked across the void, tearing the entire space-time ethereal world apart. How could this be? Immediately after, an extremely weak voice filled with disbelief rang out in the space-time ethereal world that was on the verge of collapsing. The voice belonged to one of the overlords of the East Continent, the 7-star ancient emperor. This 7-star ancient emperor, who was famous even in the entire heaven region, had his glabella pierced by the white killing intent. An ancient, profound, and mysterious killing curse spread out from the center of the white killing intent and covered the entire body of the 7-star ancient emperor. As the mysterious and ancient killing curse destroyed the vitality of the 7-star ancient emperor, it also sealed the 7-star ancient emperor's sovereign soul and body. The 7-star ancient emperor found it hard to believe. Regardless of whether Qin Yu was the dragon god sovereign or not, Qin Yu's strength had only been raised to the level of an ancient emperor with the help of external forces. With the cultivation of a 7-star ancient emperor and the use of a life-saving forbidden technique, even an ordinary Emperor Realm Senior would be crippled if not killed by him. However, the one who had his sovereign soul destroyed and was fatally injured was the 7-star ancient emperor. Naturally, the 7-star ancient emperor could not accept this. Success! Seeing that the 7-star ancient emperor was destroyed and his sovereign soul was sealed, Qin Yu smiled. Qin Yu was now a 7th-grade sovereign. Compared to the peak of his previous life, there was a huge difference. However, the 7-star ancient emperor had underestimated the power of the celestial annihilating divine powers killing array. Even though Qin Yu could not fully unleash the power of the celestial annihilating divine powers killing array, this killing array was carefully prepared by the extraterritorial demon race to kill the ancient emperors of the sky region. When the celestial annihilating divine powers killing array and the celestial extermination array merged, the killing intent of the celestial annihilating divine powers killing array was immediately suppressed by the celestial extermination painting. This allowed Qin Yu's battle power to increase. It was no longer as simple as adding a killing formation and a killing formation. Cough, cough! However, Qin Yu's body shook violently and his face turned pale. He coughed violently and spat out blood. Secret technique, flesh and blood rebirth. Sensing that Qin Yu's physical body was about to collapse, the dragon soul's expression turned grave and it immediately executed the secret technique. Along with a loud dragon roar, a vast and pure dragon chi gushed out from the ancient seal of the mystical dragon. Qi Yu's physical body, which had been destroyed by the Celestial Annihilating Divine Powers Killing Array and the Celestial Annihilating Divine Powers Killing Array, was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qi Yu was using the killing curse of the Celestial Annihilating Divine Powers Killing Array to seal the 7-star Ancient Emperor's sovereign soul. Therefore, Qi Yu could not withdraw the Celestial Annihilating Painting. The dragon soul could only use the flesh and blood rebirth secret technique to prevent Qin Yu's physical body from collapsing. At this moment, at the end of the extraterritorial battlefield far away from the demon's spirit district, a figure seemed to have sensed something and turned around to look in the direction of Qin Yu. This fluctuation is the Celestial Annihilating Array. Could it be this person was none other than Xing Luo, who was rushing to the extraterritorial battlefield? However, Xing Luo's eyes were trembling. His eyes were filled with shock, fear, disbelief, and many other complicated emotions. Back when they were exploring the immortal ancient ruins, Xing Luo had seen Qin Yu obtain the Celestial Annihilating Painting with his own eyes. He had also seen Qin Yu use it countless times. Now that he sensed the killing intent of the Celestial Annihilating Array, Xing Luo naturally thought of Qin Yu. What's wrong? In front of Xing Luo, the gray-robed man noticed Xing Luo's abnormality and turned around to ask, "What's going on?" Even if he had consumed the reincarnation immortal pill, his soul should have been completely destroyed back then. He shouldn't be able to come back to life, right? Or did someone else obtain the ancient seal of the mystical dragon? Xing Luo ignored the gray-robed man. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Back in the immortal god graveyard, Qin Yu knew that he had nowhere to run, so he sent the ancient seal of the mystical dragon into the endless void. Originally, Xing Luo had found the ancient seal of the mystical dragon in the endless void. However, Fairy Shualon had appeared out of nowhere and caused Xing Luo to completely lose track of the ancient seal of the mystical dragon.